There we go. So we are going to be getting started on round number 1 here of Clubhouse. So you know what? I like how they have the face cams here as well. Something that's nice. We do have a Galaz, of course. No Montaigne to go with it. But set up for that. They are bringing the Mira, and just so no one's confused, they do have the audio and the text and everything in Portuguese, so it's a little bit Portuguese-ish.
Restam 10 segundos para inserção.
So we'll see where Cameraman's going to be setting up those. Not sure what Gohan's doing here, already up, just hanging out. He looks like he could build some bomb peaks here. Ooh, and there goes the Glass countering that peak, but one does get taken out, and that is the Thermite. That could be pretty big. I mean, they still have a Hibana, so that is going to put a little bit of a gimp in whatever their strategy was. They don't bring a Thermite for no reason. Definitely planning on using him. So we got the droning going out here from these guys. Now they're going to be holding a little bit on site. Unfortunately, I don't control the camera as well because I'm not controlling anything. This is just a feed from there, so I'm not sure exactly where everyone is positioned just yet. It looks like we got, usually this is a 5-man on site. We not usually have a lot of roamers. However, Brazilians might play it a little bit different in terms of being a little more roamer heavy on a map like this. And this is, of course, what we see time and time again. Oddly enough, usually the Hibana doing it, the 1-2, going over and putting down the Claymore on that ladder because you cannot take out that Claymore reasonably spin angle. Hopefully that works this time. We've had a lot of trouble with that particular hatch during the last building. Looks like they didn't reinforce that one. So, I don't know. Hopefully this hatch is not going to be bugged out again here. Thankfully they're smart enough to detonate both at the same time. Look at this hatch is open. That is Kamikaze taking down Silence, though, from Dex. And that is the Rook down, so it is the defenders down one person more. It is 4v3. So progress from the attackers despite that spawn peak early on. So Kamikaze trying to make his way through the tunnel. Looks like the rest of them, mostly the church utility tunnel here. So Dirt having been taken over by that Blackbeard. However, they do have a smoke, and that is usually how you're going to be stalling that out. You see him playing an Armory. He's going to be the one to try and keep that Blackbeard back as he is doing so. I'm not sure how many smokes he has left, but he definitely used at least one there. Just trying to hold back. He gets peeked around as he's looking a little too concerned with the upstairs. It is now down to a 2v4, although Buck is down a little bit low on health. Glass here going to be coming into Church with an easy pick from behind. And that is the cleanup there as Astro gets taken down as well by what looks like to be the Buck, I think, judging by the icon there. Nicely done. Despite losing people early on, a clean attack there onto Santos Dexterity, who surprisingly lose their first round. As I said, these are, I think, fairly even teams, although Santos Dexterity, I think, is a bit stronger, has a bit more experience, but I definitely would not rule out the V3 guys, especially after starting around like that. Now, of course, they are going to be going back down to Church Arsenal. There's nowhere else you really want to play on here, bar being the secondary, but it is definitely a big secondary, especially for a lot of teams that just do not have great strategies for it. Of course, reinforces. Curious if Psycho's going to put down any batteries as well. Probably it's a little bit of a pain to try and set them in a position where they're hard to hit, but it is something that can be useful if you don't need the batteries for anywhere else. See Mira surprisingly doing some reinforcements up here. A lot of times usually that's Jaeger and Bandit's job, although Jaeger has a lot of setup to do between his barbed wire, ADS, and reinforcements, so not bringing out anyone too special on the defense. The attacker side looking like pretty much the same lineup as the other one. Now, of course, the heavy fragger is going to be coming out from Ash and Hibana. Of course, Hibana mostly for the hatches, Ash for the barbed wire and the gun. thermite for any walls. They might try perhaps construction or blowing some of the other hatches or walls if they want to. And then Glaz and Blackbeard are going to be serious gunpowder from the longer ranges, pushing their way in, especially with the smoke on Glaz and the ability to take advantage of that. The nice thing is you can hold 2 angles, one from Glaz, one from Blackbeard, and do serious damage in the crossfire. See Hibana, of course, as we saw before, working their way in. I almost think they don't even bother to reinforce the hatches anymore. Knowing Hibana's in, Hibana's going to be using those charges on there. I almost would just say just save the reinforcements for another side, as you know, Hibana's not necessarily going to be using those charges for anything else. I like that pre-fire there coming out once the hatch is open, just in case they're pre-firing it. Might even hit a C4 if they go to throw one up as well and hit it mid-air. So that is a good idea in doing that pre-fire, as it's not like they don't know you're there anyways, right, making a lot of noise. Although you could always blow it and be far, far away from it when you do so with Hibana. So. Looks like we got Gohan already trying to see if he can catch anyone off guard going in here. Now he could smoke down there and then drop, which looks like Ash is doing for him. I imagine they're going to have to use the Jaeger ADS, but they've already actually either taken them out or don't have any there. Smoke grenade's going to be going. I think that's first smoke there was just a test to make sure that the Ash's remote breach wasn't going to get caught by the ADS to take out that barbed wire, so that way they can push into church once they get down there and the smoke comes out. See the rotate into the blue utility tunnel here from, looks like the Valkyrie and the Jaeger. Blackbeard was not ready for it, gets taken out. He would have got finished off by the other one, and that was an attempt, I think, from the C4 to try and take out that Claymore, possibly to go for a rotate, or if anyone else was up there, get them back, but it didn't end up working. I mean, there was no one there and no catch on that Claymore. Now the smokes come out from Glaz. He's going to be pushing down through the memorial, takes one down inside the church, trying to finish off the job, almost having trouble doing so through that table. Now Jaeger's back there waiting for a chance to peek around. Mira, of course, not in here. Looks like you're always expecting someone in the minibar. Kamikaze takes one down, but it gets traded, and that is now another one from Gear. He gets killed as well. The trade's going left and right. Here's 2v2 as Gear comes around. And Astro takes down one. It is now Astro versus PZD. We saw some great play from PZD in their previous matches against Pain. I do expect a strong contest here, but he is waiting for his chance. He knows here's a plant is down now. He knows the plant is in there. Suspects it could be in the minibar. I believe this window's open now. He could use this to his advantage. Nope, sees that window is actually closed. There is a double window though. Could potentially use the other one. He's going to come around for the peek there, but Ash is expecting Astro pre-fires, gets a nice shot there with a drop shot, takes Jaeger down for a nice win for Dexterity, bringing it to 1-1. So nicely done. So that is, like I said, 1-1. No one winning their defensive round yet, so that is 2 attack rounds in a row. That means we're going to see Church Arsenal Room at least 2 more times here starting now, because they can continue to play that.
Atacantes precisam localizar e desativar as bombas.
So we see Thyrex not getting a ton yet, and looks like Astra doing most of the work for Dexterity, especially that last round on that Ash. Serious play coming out from him. He's going to be on the Jaeger this time. So I expect, hopefully the rest of the team's going to pick it up here. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't look, oh, it is, you know, it is showing their names down at the bottom, but I believe it is difficult to see that due to the way the screen is set up here. So unfortunately, I think we have to have the white bars there if I want to get that fitting correctly on the screen, as I'm kind of restreaming that in their stream there. So I do want you to see the names of the people down there in terms of who you're watching on those face cams. I'll make sure those aren't cut off for you. So the defenders, again, not bringing anything terribly different. However, they are bringing a dock this time. I don't believe they brought last time. And the attackers, they are bringing that buck, which they did last time, I believe. So they do bring the buck instead of the Ash. They want to open up a bit of the floor in the kitchen, as well as perhaps the hallway, get some nice angles down into the church or into the actual hallway, using those nades as well to clear out barbed wire. In combination with Ash, looks like they actually want to open up construction tunnel as well. We saw last time the Blackbeard pushing that, and we see him droning to potentially push that again, which he is definitely going to be doing. So this is going to be a similar attack strategy here from V3. Doc going to be the one here to try and contest it from Gohan. He's definitely looking for a chance to catch someone off guard here. But this drone's probably going to catch it first. He does catch the drone, but it is after it catches him. So there's a lot of catching going on here. Got to catch them all. Maybe some Pokeballs here. No, but he brought barbed wire instead of those Pokeballs. So it's like Hibana double checking that, making sure there's not going to be any weird peaks or anything before setting up that Claymore. Glaz actually going to be pushing dirt here with Blackbeard, so they're going to get a little double sniper set up here from the dirt tunnel. No one in here to contest it. It looks like they must have pushed Doc farther away. He's not in that tunnel anymore. They do have a smoke, though, that is going to be contested to try and come to the doorway. Glaz deciding, okay, I've helped you enough here, buddy. I got other jobs to do. Gonna leave Blackbeard there to fend for himself. Buck gonna be opening up a bunch of the floor. PZD just taking that Buck shotgun skeleton key, slaughtering those wooden floors. Albana doing her jobs as well, getting those hatches open. Silence working this angle here. Now the window is not open. I don't. Nope. Yeah, it's not open. So it's a little bit hard to tell from this side, and so he's just using it to peek right now. You see how antsy and itchy these Brazilian players are. They do not sit still. They've got ants in their pants at all times, and that is definitely something different between some of the other teams. He's not even really jiggle peeking something. He's just antsy, and it looks like Gohan could almost get a little bit exposed here. He's using a shelf to his advantage, trying to hold an angle, and Smokes is trying to delay the attacks from pushing in the tunnel here. Blackbeard again, just like last time, trying to push his way in. Not quite making it, but then the Doc does expose himself. That is Kamikaze taking down Gohan. So that Doc not going to be doing any more docking for anyone on his team. Glaz here wishing that wall wasn't reinforced. He could take some wall banks through it. But he can't open up a lot of this church wall here. Give himself some nice yellow highlighted characters to click on at some point if he can get an angle. Looking for anyone he can find here. But he doesn't want to overexpose himself. Just about catching one there. And he does get caught instead. Astro getting taken down but trading it off onto Psycho. Actually the double kill. Even on a land environment, surprisingly, without the high ping, still managing to double kill each other. The Glaz and the Jaeger trading lives. Ooh, and the kill there. That comes off Panico taking down PZD. Silence takes down Kamikaze, and then Panico takes down Thai, who drops to his death, and then is now a 3v1. Gear having a heck of an uphill climb here, trying to find one and get that diffuser back. But the Smoke there with a quicker peek and pre-fire than him takes them down, and that is a nice win for them. Again, or actually for the first time winning a defensive round here, I believe. So that is dexterity with the first defensive round break. Now they're going to have to play bar next time. So they are now at an advantage, breaking the attack-only streak, giving themselves a nice leg up here. If that can't be broken for V3 as well, then that means dexterity is going to be at a huge advantage going up numbers-wise if they can continue to win both attack and defense. So, we are seeing a similar attack lineup again from Dexterity.
Atacantes precisam localizar e desativar as bombas.
V3 gonna have to make sure they can win this round again. So I can take a second with the spectators to go next. Nope, looks like Psycho doesn't want to set up those batteries I was talking about earlier on those walls. Yeah, we're setting up two Jaeger ADSs, as I imagine the commentators are talking about here, to try and stop any kind of nades from going down in there. They should hopefully set up some barbed wire as well in there to delay and make them want to take care of that barbed wire. So that's going to be important for them to set that up. But I don't see that barbed wire just yet. They could still be a little bit late on it. Cameraman doing some droning there for his team. And Blackbeard going to be actually pushing to stock instead.
Bomba localizada pelos atacantes.
Looks like they're definitely using a little bit of a different strat here. Not sure why they're pushing so aggressively from there. I mean, it is unusual, or not unusual to have Blackbeard pushing blue utility tunnel. Usually he doesn't want to do it from the drop there. Opening up those hatches. We don't have a Buck or anything to open up the floor, but a Glaz could even be one that opens up a lot of the floor for his team, as his gun is very destructive in terms of blowing up. Pengu sending over a whole bunch of viewers. Thank you, Pengu. Super appreciate it. You did that last weekend too. You're a really cool guy. Everyone make sure to check out Pengu's stream when you can. It's Blue Pengu. I honestly don't know how to pronounce it. I'll be fair. So make sure to check out his stream when you can. It's everyone coming from Pengu's stream. Pengu part of Penta, the EU team that I mentioned earlier, for those of you who were here during the bracket talk. So So thanks again for that. We'll get back to the game here, and we have Mira here watching, seeing that Hibana, who's going to be trying to open up that wall. I like how they open that up. That is a tricky throw, though. He's got to try and find the angle. It looks like he's practiced that well, and it pays off. He takes down Cameraman. That is that Hibana down. Not going to be opening up that wall now. He's going to be watching for this push here. The smoke's coming out. He knows that means Glaz is coming around the corner, as well as potentially Ash. See if he can catch anyone, though, who's going to be sloppy about it. Shots come down, a lot of pre-fire, but it doesn't matter. Gohan takes down one, and then he gets all down. Panic going to take down another. Gohan to finish one more off, who was laying prone, and he gets finished off himself. But it is now a 2v3. Attackers at an advantage. Panico making it more of an advantage as PZD, the last man left standing. We saw this previously. He is still waiting for an angle. It does take down Thermite, though, but he's got to find an Ash and a Blackbeard. He is at a serious disadvantage despite his gun being very strong here. It's being fast against two strong operators with difficult hitboxes, whether they have shields in front of their faces or very small hitboxes. But Panico makes easy work of it, taking advantage of those boxes to put his face shield over that. Now, Dexterity again at a stronger advantage, as they are now 2 rounds up over V3. I believe it is now a 3-1. So we will see it. Look, still, Cameraman the only one not being able to do a whole lot. But he unfortunately got C4'd through that nice angle. That was definitely a nice throw. Well practiced, and that's why you practice those angles and throws ahead of time. You saw him lighting it up before he threw it, not trying to be sloppy or careless about it. And that was a good use of that mirror window. How they set this up. Now that they're having to play this bar, things are going to be a little bit different for them. They are going to get pushed on by that Montaigne onto that stock side, potentially combined with that Glaz. Between Ash, Glaz, and Montaigne, that's 9 smokes they're going to be using. And for those who are confused about the jukebox shooting, it plays a loud, annoying One Nation song or whatever it is, and that is a big distraction and noise. And you can just kill it to take that out. But you want to hear the attackers coming. So like I said, the Montaigne and Glaz going to be able to heavy push the stock with the 9 smokes they have. That is practically enough smokes to last the whole round. I like how these defenders are opening up rotate holes there. They have one opened up in the actual cash room and then one opened up across. I mean, then they set up the castle barricade to make it so that it doesn't get used against them too much. But then they have it if they need to basically tear it down and run across. Shoutouts to Vapo. What's up, my man? Pro formerly of Zizu in the Pro League team. Montaigne doing some droning on this side. He actually could come from, it looks like a plant potentially from not the stockroom side, but rather planting from the strip club side, which some teams will do to go plant in that doorway that leads in to the bar. And I guess it was a spawn peak that I missed. Oh, that's why they had the cash room open, I think is what he's saying. Okay. Looks like Gohan waiting for someone to try and peek through that cross door. Gohan trying to find someone if he can. We got like Panico here on the roam. This is generally one roam place here. See if he can catch anyone trying to make their way in through the window, perhaps from the pool table, or just people making it in. Not finding anyone just yet. PZD though managed to make his way in. Could catch the smoke there from the side if he's not paying attention. But this is part of the reason he's playing that, and he does know about it. So the smoke there gets a bit of damage onto Ash. PZD just taking a small amount, just a little cough. And no, I did not choose FOB. Unfortunately, I am not in control of any of the stream here. This is a live feed from Brazil, which I'm unfortunately not in control of in any way, shape, or form. All I can do is comment for everyone. PZD coming around for an easy kill there. And that is Silencer taking him down. Or Silence, rather. Silencer would be better. Let's be honest. So it looks like we are getting a push there from this side instead of the stockroom, which is good because I guess they were a little more prepared for the stockroom take potentially. And I'm surprised at how far Montaigne's been shooting here. They are throwing up a lot of smoke. I guess he's pushing out of the way so Glaz can do his thing. He's pushed up right next to him, and an easy takedown of Gohan from him. But he gets shot down, actually. Montaigne here having to do some work himself. Not happening. Panico, Silence, and Astro taking 3 down, and then Thyrex trying to trade 1 onto Panico here. It is actually Attackers losing big time. They were doing great, but now they are down to just Thermite. Very low health against 3. Rook the only one at low health in that, but he's got 3 armor to compensate. They've got Castle. Astro here with an easy pickup from that Jaeger. Dexterity coming on strong. They started off losing 1 round, only to win, I believe, the next 4 in a row. Already putting a match point against V3. As I said, Santos Dexterity, a very strong team here. So, nicely done, Santos Dexterity. Match point means if they win the next round, or basically any of the next 3 rounds, then they automatically win the map because they're going to be at 5 first before the other team gets to 4. Those of you unfamiliar with the scoring system. And so they are at a huge advantage against V3, who've got to win 3 in a row to stay in this map. Now, of course, if they lose this map, there's still going to be a second map, which unfortunately I don't know because I don't speak Portuguese, so I don't know what the next map is going to be. But there will be a next map, and then if V3 can win that one, then it will be the 3rd map, and so on. So it is best of 3, and then we will have a second match after that. I'm not sure how short or how long this one will be. So we'll see how they set this up. They are still able to go down to Church Arsenal because they didn't win it. So unfortunately, the only team having to go up Dexterity, and they won that. So they are at a huge advantage here, but because they can go back down now to their primary defensive spot. So even if V3 win this defense here, then that is going to be Santos Dexterity able to go to their preferred defensive site. So still, again, strongly favoring Santos Dexterity there. A huge advantage here, coming up with those 3 rounds in a row, which V3 need to do themselves. So those ADS we were talking about earlier, setting up, trying to stop pushes into that tunnel. You've got the barbed wire down there on the ground, trying to slow them down. Got drones coming out from the attackers here, trying to clear out as many of the roamers, potentially, if there is any, as possible. But it looks like we've got all 5 people down on the site. Again, not all of the sites reinforced here. I guess they're just not bothering with it. Take out those cameras as well. No one really playing, I mean they are playing Valkyrie, sorry. So they are missing and take out those cameras just yet. Wanna cameraman not getting a lot of kills, but you know, he has been utility. He has been getting hatches open for his team, and that's what matters. I like the way it makes it look like he drops from the air as soon as it switches to him from spectator cam. It's kind of a funny little glitch thing that I don't think they need to fix it, but it is funny to see. I like the way he's pushing this here, trying to get anyone who could be on the stairs, potentially even push his way in to try and help his team out here. You've got Gohan. Was going to push down that way, but it looks like he might go perhaps over to the kitchen, take an angle, or go into the bar and take an angle. Down we see a 1 mirror window. No double. Not sure if they have the top open. This is what we saw Thyrex do last time to get cameraman with that C4. Looks like he does have it set up again. Can he do a number 2 Kobe here to get cameraman? But he's waiting for that opportunity, maybe for that call out. Throws the barbed wire now, and it doesn't do anything, but perhaps help cameraman by knowing that he's got that 1 C4 cleared out. No double Kobe for Thyrex here. Gohan actually droning, looking for any kind of cameras there. He's got to worry about anything like that above. Does catch PZD down the Arsenal. Astro opening up some angles here through the hallway floor. And then you've got a lot of other angles there on the rest of it. Astro trying to catch someone, does catch someone with a nice flick there on a PZD. And that is one of their good fraggers taken down. So nice on Astro here. That is already an advantage. They have 50 seconds left, which is plenty of time. How much they've got open so far? They're going to clear out that barbed wire. Take that out. Silence going to take down, it looks like Psycho there. And then Kamikaze getting taken out by Cameraman. But Cameraman does get traded by Thyrex, who seems to be his nemesis here. Nice easy glass kill from Gohan. And it is all down to Mirror here from Thyrex. The only kill so far here, and having to try and get 4 more. It's not going to happen, as Astro easily takes him down, knowing that everyone's going to be hiding in that corner. Not a big surprise there. That is Dexterity taking map number 1 with a clean 5-1, only losing a single round right at the beginning while they got warmed up, which obviously the warm-up worked out. So they are definitely coming on strong, winning map number 1. So nicely done from them. So that was quick, to say the least. They are definitely a strong team, and we see that against V3 here. Just brutalizing them. Feels bad for the other guys. V3 are a strong team, though. There is a chance they could make a comeback here on this round. On this map. We'll see, hopefully, what that map will be. These guys are just going to be talking for a second here. I'm going to take a quick bio break here and just be right back in just a second. while we get hyped up for the next match. That match was so intense, I just about peed myself, and hopefully you guys are all wearing diapers for the next one as well. And I will be right back, and I will throw on the 6 music here real quick while I do that. All right, we are coming back. Unfortunately, da 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 da. However, the music goes for that. Everyone's super excited. Don't you all miss Jason Bourne? I know I miss the Jason Bourne trailers. So we are back here for the second map for V3 versus Santos Dexterity. Looks like Andre, I'm assuming his name, looked very excited, pointing at the camera a lot excitedly. These guys definitely hyped. It is the second map already, and we saw some serious aggressive play from Santos Dexterity working out in their favor, just landing a lot of those shots, especially from Astro. Something we saw a lot from him at the Invitationals, just a really solid player. Same with Gohan. Cameraman, again, someone we see usually more in a clutch situation, not being able to get as much done, but he definitely still got things done. So that's all that matters, is his team winning. Being a team player, kills aren't everything, that's for sure. And these guys getting ready for that next map. Hopefully it won't take too long, because they shouldn't have to change a whole lot to do so. Might need to switch sides on who's starting on attack and defense, so that they get that all set up. But again, not too much other than that. They're going to be talking about how exciting it was last match. What's up, Helby? The Canadian player from Enix. Everyone out there talking about good old Noted, and we will see probably him coming up here in the next matchup of Pain versus Semexora. We are going to see Oregon for the next map here. This should be interesting. Should be a good map for these guys. Now, I mean, pretty much the three maps we're seeing most of the time in Pro League now is Cafe, Oregon, Clubhouse. Those are the dominant ones, and those are good ones, though. Clubhouse, I'm not as big a fan of as I used to be after seeing it like every single day from Season 2 into Season 3 as well. So, not super excited about that one, but we did get that over with quick, and we are now in Oregon, which I think is a map I probably won't ever get sick of. I think it's got great dynamics in terms of how you play. It would be nice if people could figure out some other bomb sites to play, but that's how it is. So hopefully they'll figure out some good strats for that. Try and do some cool stuff. Does sound like they're getting cracking here. That is the music that you hear when you see the people picking their operators. So this is about to get going. Not sure why they haven't cut the... They always cut a little bit late over to the actual game, so... Alright, here. We are going to start with Dexterity on defense. Speaking of the Devil, they are going to be playing an unconventional bomb site. Most teams playing down in Laundry or up in dorms. They're actually going to be playing Kitchen Dining Room. So this should be interesting to say the least. This wall that Panico's opening up tends to be an important part of the defensive strategies here that actually work. Trying to get that crossfire and using that as a choke point into that entryway, and then reinforcing the wall here and trying to stop them from pushing from that small tower. This should be interesting to see how they play this. Now, this is Santos Dexterity. This is no small team. If they're trying this, they have a reason for it. I believe we might have even seen Continuum do this once, but I'm not sure. So I like the way they're taking advantage now. Mira is a thing now, so that does make this a little more of a possibility here. Not sure that they're going to open up any of those, but they do have both of them set up at least. Oh, who got some barbed wire run out here? Gohan just doing the riskiest thing on earth, standing outside, putting up, looks like 4 barbed wire total. I'm not sure how many of those he set up, but at least 2 of those. Heck of a way to start. I like what they're doing here. So take note, anyone else wanting to experiment here. PZD pushing from a nice distance here. Feeling a little confused maybe even as to why they're taking the site. They know there's got some up the sleeve. The smoke's already coming out into the bathroom here, so they can get set up for any sniping into there. Ooh, and the shots come down already from Silence. That is the glass down. Actually taking advantage of the smoke with perhaps a pre-fire. I like the deployable shield set up there as well. Twitch drone, I think, shocks him a little bit. He's getting a little tased from that. But getting the glass down is worth taking a few shocks there, especially when he's got 3 armor, plenty of life left. They do have a nice smoke as well to try and slow down and counter a push, and that's the one that's not going to be used against them now that the glass is dead. So that is a good position to be in. Got Smoke himself, as I mentioned, that roaming around a little bit now. He's waiting for a push from the other side. Looks like they're trying to actually push from the construction tunnel side here. Trying to come up around into the lobby from down below. I'm not sure that's not going to do them a whole lot of good here, as it doesn't do a whole lot versus coming in through the other side. But I guess they want to clear out the bottom floor first, which is not a bad idea. Try and take control of that, give themselves some access. But in clearing that out, they're not necessarily keeping it clear, because the teams can rotate around, and then Ash comes around the corner, takes down Panico. That is the smoke down at least, but Mira's there to trade it from the bathroom. Caught him washing his hands. Cameraman getting a kill there, as I mentioned earlier. Being a good clutch player in a situation like that was a nice trade by him. It is all down to Blackbeard, Habana, and Twitch to try and make something happen against 4 here. And they've only got a minute left. They're so slowly opening up as much as they can, taking control of things. I feel like this attacking team still a little confused how to approach this. As Kamikaze takes down Dex, though, Astra, though, he does figure that out. And then looks like Gear taking down Silence. That is another Dexterity member falling. It is now a 3v2. Attackers at an advantage here. Still, though, not necessarily fighting anyone. They're just trying to get picks at this point. And Kamikaze coming around for a peek. Does catch Mirror in the bathroom there for a nice trade back. Gohan, though, trades it back to the Thyrex. It is now 1v2, but it is now, as I say that, Kamikaze takes down Gohan. And that is a nice win there for V3. So, V3, again, though, they won on last map, first round, and then proceeded to lose 5 rounds in a row. So, this is definitely not indicative of how this map's going to go, if last map was any indication. Now, they are going to be playing down in Laundry, and they're bringing an Echo and the Smoke, so they're definitely going to be able to stop much of a stairs push potentially if they need to. They're going to be setting up as many reinforcements on those hatches as possible, hopefully. I'm going to be setting up some nice cameras there, try and get a little bit more control of the lobby. Direct setting up some barbed wires, though, there as well. They're a little concerned about the cameras. Sometimes there's spawn peak rush outs on that site. They're doing so. I gotta admit, though, like, Dexterity not winning that, though, but they still did a nice job. Psycho, though, getting a nice early pick onto Silence. That is the Thermite down. That is going to hurt as they don't have a Hibana. Right now, I think V3 single-handedly disabled the majority of the Dexterity attack strats. Because now they're going to have to push from a totally different way than they want to. Now, Dexterity cannot push down that stairwell safely because they cannot open the hatch right there. And that is going to be a huge game changer for them. Not sure how that happened as we didn't spectate it, but man, that is the way to start at V3, showing that maybe this is their map. Maybe they're going to make a comeback from that 5-1 last map to a strong win here. And hopefully they do so. We do hope so. Still Gohan, though, trying to find anyone he can on this floor when you've got see Psycho over there. Got the kill earlier. PZD taking a kill on the cameraman. Now there's the Thatcher down, and then Astro taken down by Kamikaze. That's their Twitch down. It is all down to a Glazed and Ash here. Nicely done. Good start for them. Psycho, though, almost coming around the corner in time to get him, but isn't ready to get out of that sprint time. Panico, the nice drop shot on it, going to prone and ducking, and then Gohan getting gear. That's slowly turning in Dexterity's favor, but they still got to find at least one more to take it 2-2. So they are still at a disadvantage. They do have Glaz, though, and they have a minute 20 left to play. So they do have more than enough time to make this up. You see Psycho down in the corner there, making callouts to his team. PZD as well doing the same. He is actually alive, though, unlike Psycho, who's watching cameras for him. Now, of course, he is Valkyrie, so he was able to set up a lot there. And then Gohan with a nice close Glaz kill. That is even that close range use of that sniper rifle. And there goes Panico taking down Kamikaze. PZD takes down Panico. That is now 1v1. You've got a low health Glaz here. 53 seconds left. Plenty of time for this to be a nice 1v1 duel. Gohan's got the diffuser now. He's going to be rotating around down through the big tower stairs. He's actually going on a site, and PZD is not on site here. This is a huge advantage for Gohan to be at. 40 seconds left. He doesn't think the push is coming yet, and now he's all the way down on site planning the diffuser this early. Now he's got to do is hold it. Hopefully he has some smokes left. It looks like there's at least 2. He starts popping those. Now he's coming around the corner. Right into Gohan's shots. They're going from a huge disadvantage at the start of the round to actually decimating the entire enemy team. Dexterity showing that no matter which foot they're on, they're still going to stop. Nicely done after barely losing that first round. Well done, Gohan, especially coming back on that, showing that they can do it. That is a heck of a clutch, especially roaming so far off site from PZD. I like what he was trying to do, but in the end of the day, he was just too far from that Glaz, and Gohan and Glaz took well advantage of it. Nicely done. a 3v5 turning into a 1v0. The end, that clutch there, or maybe even a 2v5. Jeez, those guys. Crazy play from Dexterity. Coming back now to make it a 1v1 situation. And we are going to see another glass. We're seeing a mute this time, so not sure how they're going to use that, if they're going to try and jam the hatch, but it looks like Cameraman at least placing one to try and stop them from droning in through that master bedroom door. Although, of course, they're not playing upstairs, so they're not going to be as important, but he's trying to choke off as many points as he can upstairs. Suggests to me they're going to be roaming up there. You don't need to stop this many drones if you're not going to be playing up there. Cameraman placing his third jammer already. He's definitely trying to choke out those drones. So that is going to be them at least playing something. You see as well an ADS there. So they really want to secure this top stairs. Or top floor. That means it's going to be on V3 to try and potentially even face check some of it. They do have a Twitch drone though, so they can potentially take out some of those jammers from range if they can get the right angle on them. And unfortunately, though, the Twitch drone cannot jump though, so that is a huge disadvantage for it in trying to do that, as it may not be able to jump over some of the spots that are jammed. See, it looks like they're focused on the middle floor, and this actually could work out for Dexterity, as they're a lot more focused on holding that top floor. You hear that Glaz, though, Psycho taking down Panico. You hear the shots going right through Bandit's dome there, and so he is clearing out the top floor with that rifle from the roofs. Opening up as many windows as he can. That gun just being lethal to anything, wood or human. Psycho now chucking his drone in. He's actually going to be able to get that drone past those jammers by just throwing it in from the roof. Now he's going to come around. He's going to see Jaeger sitting there. Astro caught out. Now Astro being one of the strongest players here, as well as Gohan. If they can take those guys down, then this could go very well for V3. If they cannot, then this is going to be a little bit of a problem for them. They've already burned up a minute. Not a big deal just yet, though. And we see what I said earlier with that Twitch drone. Trying to go around, but he gets shot before it can take down any of the jammers. But Kamikaze's going to be working to slowly. Smoke's going to delay him, though. Lucky for him, the smoke was just far enough away from that barbed wire that did get him. Twitch roaming around. Going to set up the Claymore. Nice play there. Psycho with that glass taking down another. That is Astro. As I said earlier, taking down Astro. Big deal. I like he was trying to flank from behind from the big tower, but unfortunately, I imagine that was a nice flick there from Glaz. And the shotgun there. Gohan taking down PZD, who pushed in. Now he's trying to take down that Glaz. He's managed to come in as well. Kamikaze can come around the corner, right into Gohan's bullets. He's got to reload, though. Psycho knows that. He's going to be throwing out the smoke. He's going to use it to his advantage. Shots come down, but they were just pre-fired in the wrong spot. Psycho takes down Gohan. It is now a 2v3. Defenders at a disadvantage. V3 could actually make this work here. Now that Glaz is just doing so much damage, I think those 3 kills for him at least. And I think that was the only 3 kills, actually. He's the only one killing the defenders. Now the rest of the attackers need to get their act together, start doing some killing as well, and this will be an easy win for them. But they spent the entire time upstairs. There's still a minute left, but now they've got to get downstairs with 3 attackers. They do have a Hobana to open the hatch. Hasn't even used any of the X-Kairos yet, so no problem there opening that. I don't think there was any jammer downstairs to stop it. You can see, perhaps, nope, it doesn't look like it's on there. I mean, the mute's still left alive if he has a jammer that he had saved, but I'm not sure that that's going to be the case. It doesn't matter anyways, but they don't have a Thatcher, so either way, they're going to be able to easily just shoot the bottom of this to make sure that it takes out the hatch no matter whether there's a jammer or not. Now, they do have the good potential to take this, as they have the right operators for it. Blackbeard pushing down the stairs here. You've got Hobana to open the hatch, and then Glass to look down the hatch, or even come down here if you've got the smokes to do it. Here the smoke's coming out now, and Hobana opening that hatch to find the angles. Silence getting taken down despite taking down the shield. It is all down to Cameraman. He does take down one with that C4, but now he's going to rotate around into the hallway, try and find 1 or 2 at least if he can. He's got to take down Glass, but he can't do it because Blackbeard's there with a nice crouch shot, taking down Cameraman. No clutch there, and V3 actually taking a second round at a strong start here on Oregon. Santos Dexterity not playing quite as well on this map as they did on the previous map, being down 2, but we have seen, as I mentioned before, series comebacks from strong teams like Continuum coming back 6 rounds in a row against Elevate on Cafe on Playday number 1 for NA. So I definitely do expect there's a good potential for comeback. There's no way this is going to go 5-1 against Santos Dexterity, even if this is not their map. But even if it does, that just means there will be a map number 3, which I do not know what it is, but then we will see it. So this is all up to Dexterity to make a comeback here, close this out in 2-0 V3, or take it to the next map and potentially 2-1, or somehow choke and lose it. Hopefully they're not going to be choking just yet. I mean, they started on a weird bomb site there, playing in the kitchen dining room, and didn't quite make it work, but it was interesting. We'll see if they're going to play it again another time, but they did play Laundry that time, so they obviously not wanting to try that again just yet. Now we're going to see Laundry again from the V3 guys. Didn't quite work out for them, or I guess did work out for them last time. No, wait, I think that was the round Santos Dexterity won.
O objetivo dos atacantes é localizar uma bomba e desativá-la.
Panico, a little afraid of a spawn peek there. There's an IQ which we don't see very often, but occasionally some players want to play it. For example, Cass on the EU German team Penta does play as IQ. Silence going to be doing some droning the big tower. Looks like Psycho and the smoke there, Kamikaze, hanging out in this meeting hall area, wanting to hold this back as long as they can. But could get some push here from the big tower in just a second. Like how they reinforced it up, though, after rotating it. They may even reinforce it for the hole, but nope, it doesn't look like it as the drone jumps into the attic. Now this is where we saw Glaz kind of playing last time, although a little bit lower than that, but looks like Astro the one play this time.
Preciso recarregar.
I get the feeling Astro likes this tower as he was the one to try and spawn or peek onto Glaz from it. So now he's got to clear it out, make sure there's no one up here. Not sure if they've droned into there or not, because it is a hard drone in there. They've got to jump a drone up the ladder itself using the bolts, or throw one into the window. Psycho taking a lot of damage, trading barely any back on a cameraman. He's actually very low here, but he's still contesting the meeting hall, so that does help in slowing things down. Thatcher, though, going to drone and look for that. Psycho did actually rotate into the pantry over there of the kitchen, but he's a little more focused in the other direction, so he's got to be cautious of this here. They didn't see him, though, despite that hole being kind of obvious. Gohan on this glass here, opening up the dorms window. Doing some droning now of the first floor. Working his way up the dorms. We saw previously a team just, from Dexterity trying to hold the heck out of the top floor. Kamikaze going to try and be the one to do that this time. Comes up with a drone from behind. Now it tells him someone's up there, but it doesn't tell him where he's at. Gohan, though, catching PZD with that glass. There's the Jaeger down. Might have tried to jump out on him. Didn't quite work out. Glass didn't take any damage in the process. Only takes a couple shots, though, and if he can fire fast enough, it's easy to do. But it comes around and doesn't catch him. Smoke, though, catches Astro in that crouched position there. Glass wasn't there to trade it just yet, as he didn't have quite the angle. So now he's going to chuck smoke out here. That's going to put a lot of pressure on Kamikaze. Kamikaze knows it and he's going to throw his own smoke out. And the wall bangs come out here. He saw the yellow. He knows exactly where he's at. Just shoot through the shelf at that point. He's going to pop another smoke, give himself an advantage. Camera going down here. Another smoke coming out to counter it. This is smoke versus smoke here. As Glaz using what he can, just staying out of the range of the yellow smoke. But he unfortunately catches himself in a bunch of it, rotates down, loses about half his health in the process. He's actually going to leave smoke up there. He's going to say, forget it. I'm going to go contest someone else. What's up, Cross Archon? And Gohan rotating down now. He's saying, forget it. But Smoke's going to be in position. He's just getting an easy kill on the Glass. That's why you don't leave Glass sitting there. Catches the planter planting. And then it's now V3 killing 3 with Kamikaze and Psycho taking him down. Kamikaze getting another kill. Kamikaze indeed slaughtering them, as well as Psycho going Psycho. V3 3 rounds in a row on Oregon here. And that's why I said they are the second place team at worst here. This is definitely their map. Dexterity, hopefully not on tilt here. Need to figure out what is going on for these guys. Losing 3 rounds in a row. I just do not know what the decision making was there. Leaving that smoke alive. They gotta have been able to find a different angle or something to get him out of there, because leaving him in there just literally cost them the round. I mean, at the very least, Glaz could have been looking up through the stairs there, waiting for that peek from Smoke and an easy kill from him, because he would have seen the yellow first. It just was not a good call. You know what? Stuff happens. Things get crazy. Dexterity could be on a bit of a tilt here at 3-1. So, not going to blame them too much, but they do have to know that that was the mistake that they made that cost them that round. So, they are going to be back here on defense, though. Defending the bottom floor again, not wanting to try that kitchen. I think they were just hoping to throw off the other team with that first round, but unfortunately did not work out. Eventually other teams will figure out how to do that. Say, well, I know Most Wanted at the NA scene is a team that likes to try and experiment with that. Has some good ideas for it. Looks like they're setting up for meeting hall defense. Here you see Gohan reinforcing at least one side of that pantry. They may or may not open up a hole to crawl through it. Attackers bringing a Twitch, Glaz, Habana, and Blackbeard, and Ash. Some decent attackers here. A lot of good gunpowder. Twitch with that FAMAS, Ash with the high-powered assault rifles, as well as Habana it's going to be pretty brutal against the two snipers there. There's definitely a gun-heavy team. And then on the defensive side, they actually got a bit more defensive once they got Mute doing some jamming here. I'm not sure where his jams are going, but they might be more downstairs because we don't see him upstairs like we did previously for Dexterity because they're not holding that top floor. They also have a dock to be able to try and keep them alive. So they're definitely looking like they want to play a bit more on site, but no, they're actually holding the meeting hall instead. So they definitely want to kind of guard as much as possible from this upstairs, but not all the way up this time. And Smoke getting caught there. Gohan killing that Twitch drone. That does get a little bit of a shock on him. Twitch looking to follow that up as PZD comes around from above. Almost catching Astro there. The question is Astro or PZD going to catch the other one first? He's going to open up the hatch, give himself some more angles there to see if he can get the advantage in this. Not quite catching anyone. Smoke using some smoke there, perhaps to escape. Astro moving back to a different position. Him and Gohan going to trade these shots, but really he's just giving himself a nice angle there because it's harder for him to shoot up through that hatch. So he's trying to find his way in. Doc up here, but he's taken down by PZD, and that is one defender down already. They're really losing this upstairs battle. I think they're going to have to rotate back to site. Minute 24 left here. If they rotate down those stairs, though, you see what's going to happen with that. The pop sound, sorry about that. This is my hardware mute in case I got a cough or anything like that. Save you guys from that. So maybe I'll just try and software mute if that's really that obnoxious of a pop. PZD trying to guard here as the hatch gets open from Thyrex. They're trying to work their way downstairs if need be here. They're going to be pushing on a site pretty soon as they have cleared the top floors, forced all the roamers back to their site. PZD seeing if it's clear here, needing to throw another drone down. Trying to check if he can push onto the B side. Perhaps, not sure where Thyrex is just yet. He might be pushing down the stairs. Looks like we want a crossfire here. They're going to push down the stairs while PZD pushes from behind with Kamikaze, holding that angle. Once they do this here and go for the pinch, if they can get that pinch down on the stairs as well, with Glass here getting those smokes out, they're going to be able to do a very brutal attack here, assuming they can get the walls over here. And they do see one, but Silence is getting PZD before Glass can get him. He's going to shoot him in the butt. Does do a little bit of damage. Doesn't quite kill him. The smokes come out. Gohan gets taken down. And then that is Kamikaze getting traded off by Cameraman. Psycho, though, trying to find an angle here with this Glass. Does almost catch a foot there, but he's moving away just fast enough. Silence managing to survive this. Cameraman, though, going to come up for the rotate. Could catch. Looks like here, though, gotcha Gastro. But Thyrex doesn't get finished off. And so Cameraman now here in a position where he's got to at least distract one of them. He's not going to be clutching this anytime soon as Glass takes down Silence. And then there's the trade by Thyrex on the Cameraman, and an easy win without having to go for the... Well, they did get the plant down, without having to guard the plant as they finish off the last defender as he roams. Santos Dexterity down another point. This is a 4-1 now. This is what we saw from the other map. If this goes 5-1 on this map, I'm going to be amazed here. I really did not expect Santos Dexterity to have this much trouble getting at least a second round in. So it is match point for V3. They are at a strong advantage here. All they've got to do is win one more round out of the next 3, and they move on to map number 3. I think there's a good chance at this point we're going to see a map 3. Not that it is unexpected at all for Dexterity to come back 3 rounds in a row. I would definitely not rule that out whatsoever, but it is definitely looking less and less likely as they're having trouble adapting to what V3 are doing on this map. Their roam play is just not working, and that's really what it comes down to, is Dexterity are having trouble clearing out roamers and having trouble playing as roamers. It's not the site that they're having as much trouble with. We saw what happened when they left the roamer of Smoke alive, for example. V3 just have the roam and roam counter down on this map. Unfortunately, I do not know what map number 3 is, as I am just watching the feed. I do not have any access and do not speak Portuguese to have some idea what could be going on with that, sadly. So, yeah, we didn't have a map pick and ban this time, so we are seeing if we can get it from the producers, though, maybe find out what the map is. So if I find out, I will let you know. Yeah, Astro with the donut is surprising. Not sure what's going on with Dexterity. I don't know if they're on tilt or what, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was Chalet or Border next. Those are the other 2 most played maps probably this season, or Cafe even. Hopefully not. I'm not a big fan of Cafe. I'll admit it. I'm a little biased against it. I don't think it's that fun of a map. Gohan, we saw what happened before. He's waiting for that peek from Astro that happened previously. I like Glaz here scanning this because all he's got to see is just a sliver of yellow to know if someone's up there. Look at that Glaz out there doing his work, doing God's work from that roof. Hopefully that okay IQ play from Pentagon can help here. It's not doing a whole lot just yet.
Carregando! Preparando o drone.
And the drone's coming out from Gohan, trying to figure out where the roamers are.
Atacantes localizaram uma bomba. Bomba localizada pelos atacantes. Preparando o sensor cardíaco.
And we see Blackbeard Brazil. So this is going to be map number 3. These guys, it looks like it's going to be border, actually. Here we go. Oh, just in time, of course. Border, no surprise there. Ventilation workshop being the last choice for most teams, or the second choice rather, but that is the primary choice to armor lockers and archives. And no, unfortunately, there's no African teams just yet. Not sure their internet infrastructure is up to par there. Here's some menu selections going on in the background, getting the teams all set up and ready for that. Hopefully no problems on hardware. They may be needing to go take a yelling break from losing there. They hit the last map for dexterity guys. Hopefully they can at least start off. I mean, so far we've seen both maps start off with a V3 win on the first round. And then first time that came, there was a 5-round comeback from dexterity. Second round, there was a 1-round comeback from dexterity before 4 more wins from V3. So not sure who's going to play defense or offense first here, though. So for those who just tuned in, this is Brazil Playday number 3 for the Pro League. This is the winner's bracket, Santos Dexterity versus V3. They're going to be playing on the border here for map number 3. I'll throw this back on while these guys are talking still. Oops. There we go. Sorry. It's too many overlays here. And the green screen takes a second to kick in. Come on, green screen! Hurry! Fix yourself. Doing its justice here. There we go. Fix that. So they will be playing on this last map is border, and this is one where roams are definitely going to be a big thing, but at the same time, attackers tend to know how to clear it out. So what's going to, I think, happen on this map here is whoever can control the bottom floor the best is going to be the, as well as get the roams able to try and counter people taking the security office, is going to make the most difference, because those kinds of things are what worked well for V3 on Oregon. But I mean, Santos Dexterity could have a better time on this with a lot more destructibility, so could go either way. But we are getting started here, so I will turn the good old face cam off there. I just wanted to, I don't know, show my face for a second, bring the height. So we are seeing them go to the archives upstairs first. No surprise there at all. Looks like we may have a Montaigne here to bring in. So we are going to be doing that Montaigne Glass strat here. No Blackbeard, of course, to play on the windows, but they don't need it when they've got a Montaigne Glass. They do have a Twitch, though. I still almost would have rather see them bring a Buck or a Blackbeard instead of that Twitch. But hey, you know, they did quite well with that Twitch last map. So we are seeing a Doc on the dexterity side there. Still not sure I'm a big fan of Doc in general. Like, I mean, depending on how you're going to use him, I still think a Rook benefits the team more. The reason I say that is a Doc is situationally beneficial. He can heal people who've been injured without having to reset them. And potentially, he has the potential to be useful. On the other hand, Rook has the ability to always be useful in terms of always being up in armor. The difference is if people are headshot or not. But if they're already headshot, then again, Doc is not going to be useful, right? So overall, between the two, I would say that Rook is percentage-wise more useful of an operator, and I would always use a Rook over a Doc for that reason, that you're guaranteed to get more benefit out of a Doc overall, numbers game-wise, assuming that it's not all headshots. Psycho rotating way around the map here, going on a little vacation, trying to get to the side he wants to be on. So we'll see Kamikaze doing some droning here, but that does make sense there. So let's see where Glaz is going to come around here. Still running around the map. I think he's done a round-the-world tour of this map here at this point. I think he probably should have just picked the spawns a little better. It doesn't seem like he's in the spot he wants to be. Thyrex seeing if he can find anyone in those hallways. As that thermite. And here's PZD taking quick control of the security room. This is what you need to do. You have to have control of this room to make a push. The question is the Montaigne going to push the A side or the B side? The A side is probably going to be through the wall, which it looks like they might be going for here. Maybe even through the door, but there's barbed wire there, of course. Now, they have a thermite to open that wall. There is no bandit or mutant to counter it, so it's going to be easy for him to just walk up to it. Now that they have control of the actual security office, they don't have to worry about flank from behind, and thermite can just walk right up to it. You at least need a bandit to force out a Thatcher pick, because the bandit's also going to be a good roam and have a good gun. I would have taken, heck, a bandit over a Doc at this point, especially with a Doc and a Rook. Like, that just seems redundant. They really want a lot of armor on this site and ability to survive. But I think they need that roam play to be able to counter this, especially with a Montaigne pushing in here with a Glaz behind him. So we'll see if they can actually take this here. The smokes, of course, going to be coming out. Again, 9 smokes from the Montaigne, Glaz, and Ash. So they don't even have to worry about ADSs at this point. Even all the ADSs in the world will be enough to counter. I like how Glaz shot that smoke before it could go off. Nicely done. They just weren't ready to trigger faster, but he gets taken down. It looks like from the crossfire, maybe from Office. Glaz finished off by Silence. Nicely done here. Gohan finishing off Thyrex. Dexterity actually coming on strong on this defense here, forcing this Montaigne back, who's just not able to push his way in. He's getting pushed out by all that smoke. They're probably out of smoke at this point, but the flank coming from PZD Kamikaze, though, could work. Though it looks like he was ready to shoot Kamikaze's head off. Astra takes him down, finishes off PZD with his pistol, and that's going to be the Montaigne just getting finished off as he tries to, I think, melee that duck there. That is Dexterity coming on strong from the defense for a good start here. That is the first time they've won the first round of a map today. That spells well for them, assuming they're not only going to be good on defense here. So Dexterity with a good start. Now the defenders, again, not bringing a mute or a bandit. They're not going to stop a wall push. They are bringing a pulse, though. We could see him on roam, and they are bringing a castle. The castle could also be used as part of the roam or just to choke off some attacks. So we'll see hopefully where he sets up. But again, I'm not controlling the spectator camera, so I can't guarantee we'll see that. But it looks like he's still upstairs. Looks like he's probably going to be setting up here a little bit. Although they are reinforcing the wall here, and I imagine that's what the commentators are talking about, how they reinforce this wall to stop that. You see Silence with his drone there. He's watching that. That says to me, since the Thermite's watching that wall, he plans on being the one to open it. So there probably will be an off stack. There is no Montaigne from the attacker side. They did bring that Blackbeard instead, and they have a Hibana and a Thermite. So they're definitely going to be opening up a lot. I imagine we might see Thermite on that one wall, Hibana opening this wall potentially. They do have a Mira, so there probably will be a Mira on that wall if there isn't already. And then maybe on the office wall, looks like they only reinforced one side to me, which makes it look like they are going to reinforce, use a Mira wall on just part of it. Looks like they've got one there on the fountains actually to play back. Psycho going to be the one to actually play over there. We'll see if he's able to catch anyone from that. Cameraman with his drone out, trying to take control of that security office that we talked about last time. Like I said, I think we're going to get Thermite on that back office's wall, Hibana on the A wall. Panico slowly coming around here. He could be the one to counter this pulse on the, but it looks like he actually wants to go up instead. So that's going to be the thing, is that pulse could be instrumental. Now he only gets one C4, so he has to make it count, because that is what it comes down to a lot of times. So if he's smart, he will play roam, play delay time, not sit there and stare at the ceiling, maybe give a little bit of intel to his team, but more focus on countering a plant, figuring out where they're going to be planting at, and then getting that C4 up on him and stopping it. And then that, because that plant is often going to be time sensitive, if you can kill the planter, that will help. But PZD taking down 2 onto Dexterity. That is Astro and Silence already taken down by that Jaeger playing in the offices here. Opening the office wall obviously did not work out in their favor. That is going to be a huge problem for them now. They lost that Thermite. They lost their Blackbeard. Now it is all going to be down to Ash, Glaz, and Hibana. Now you see Gohan there as that Glaz. He's going to be trying to come counter this. The drone's going to, from cameraman, going to be the one to try and figure out where he's at, but still taking a long time to do so. This has really gotten slowed down. Minute 30 left. Gohan's not sure exactly how to even approach this just yet, because he has to deal with this room. He's going to use some smokes to try and cover his entry. Well, these are his smokes that he might need later. He just still walks right into it. The pre-fire there from PZD easily taking him down. The smokes weren't fully popped yet. You can't just jump in when the smokes aren't fully clear. The client sided, you need to wait till they're about halfway done. But cameraman trying to find a flank here. The castle doors actually slowing him down. Cameraman and Panico going to have to do something here. This looks like another round for V3. It is a 5v2 with a minute left. A minute is a lot of time, but not to find 5. They're going to have to at least pick off 2 within the next 30 seconds to make anything happen here at this point. Doing a lot of droning, which is of course what they need to be doing, using this time to get themselves some intelligence, but they're not playing off of each other with that intelligence to be able to actually act on it. PZD still going to be here. Psycho going to be calling that out, and they're just going to be able to stop this. Now that window is open. PZD could even just jump out here and get an easy kill, as he's going to be distracted focusing on Psycho. Kamikaze coming around here with that pulse heartbeat sensor as well to try and help counter. He's going to be able to give some intel, and I like how Hibana just dropped down the hatch there. Good play. Thyrex though takes down Panico when he drops, and that is he was just ready for it. Now it is all on cameraman to find 5. There's no way this is going to happen. If this happens, this is going to be the ace clutch of the century, but Psycho's not even going to let it happen. It was so V3-sided, but that early pick by PZD just eliminating any chance Dexterity had of winning that round. So V3 being the one to lose the first round and coming back here. You see Gear smiling there. They are feeling very happy here because a win against Santos Dexterity is a strong contention to go into the finals. To go into LAN for the finals. So I definitely think, though, whichever team here from these two teams goes is going to be a very strong contender to win the Brazilian finals, or I mean to win some of the finals at least, I guess, because they're going to be getting against NA and EU, which is not going to be easy. So looks like they're going to be setting up some defensive walls here, maybe even setting up a camera on that wall. They are going to be playing down in the ventilation room workshop because they did win that upstairs defensive site. So they have been strong on defense. Let's see if they can defend this site as well as they defend the top floor. If not, then this is going to be a very strong streak here from V3 coming out. I really hope it's not the case that there is a rule for player boosting in Brazil. Shield and player boosting is definitely banned in other regions. Cameraman opening up some holes there. Looks like potentially to throw C4 or smokes over, although he has C4, so I'm going to assume that's for C4. And we've seen some great throws from C4 from, I believe it was Virex previously on Clubhouse. Do some of those kinds of angles. Psycho taking a little tour around outside. Panico watching, checking to see if he can have some idea where they're going to approach. See Kamikaze slowly working his way cautiously. They still need to control this top floor if they want to work their way down. PZD going to be pushing his way and take control of this offense. So we saw him do this previously, no problem, before losing to Dexterity. But now they're going to have a lot less defensive up here, and that Glaz is going to be pushing around for the counter. Now they're not wasting it on a Montaigne as well this time, so. He works with, that's a nice counter there. His teammate opening the wall for him to take Gohan's head off. And then as Gohan, that Valkyrie down this top floor, slowly falling here. Again, it is starting to look like a V3 victory already. Playing smart and slow, but the Gear does get taken down. That is their Blackbeard. It's not a huge hit, though. But Cameraman finishes off PZD and is actually starting to turn in Dexterity's favor here. They've essentially got 2 men down. Psycho starting to already take damage on this push. They're really starting to counter it here. Looks like, though, Gear may get picked up. So Glaz is going to be the one to do that. See the Cameraman trying to get that C4 kill, not quite pulling it off. In fact, just opening the floor for Psycho and Kamikaze to use on him as well as Gear now. This is not good for Cameraman. He's in a bad position as he's really done himself a disservice missing that C4. So he really needs to be a little more cautious about that in the future. Although, as I said, he hasn't got picked off yet, so he could be the one to make that pick. You see Silence concentrating, Astro making call-outs for his team. They're very concentrated here on trying to make this work, not losing this round here. They need this win. So it is a 4v4 with the 40 seconds left. We're going to see a lot of kills coming out here very fast as soon as they start getting into sight. And you see Cameraman starting to push around here to try and stop that push that he knows is coming from Kamikaze, but the flashbang's going to stop Cameraman from making that counter that he needs to do. And this is actually going to make him fall back. He's in second push around from a different angle on Kamikaze. Gets that kill that he was hoping for earlier. The flashbang stop is now 4v3. Defenders at an advantage, and they are still delayed quite a bit. 15 seconds left. It's starting to look like Dexterity could pull this off if they could delay it any longer. Astro delaying it longer by killing Gear. Now it is a 2v4. Dexterity making a strong comeback here. Pre-fire shots come out on the window, forcing those shots, and then that is the diffuser going down. Psycho taking down 2. It is all down to Glaz, who gets pistoled in the face by Dexterity there. Nicely done. Dexterity coming back here now, actually at an advantage in a round here. Or actually, no, I think it's 2v2. So it is definitely looking like it's turning back the other way. Sometimes Dexterity just needs a second to get their footing. They did have that first round. Now they've got another round on the board. No, it is 2v1. So, or 2-1 rather. So Dexterity starting to come back a little bit, but so far they've only shown they can win defense. So Dexterity needs to get their act together on attack. And part of the reason we've seen that not work is those roamers. We saw last time PZD getting some great kills on them. They need to clear, they need to drone and push behind their drones and be ready to win those gunfights on those angles, do those pre-fires. That's really where they're showing their weakness on Oregon. That's where they're showing their weakness here on Border. And V3 are seriously taking advantage of that on their defensive rounds. So we'll see if Dexterity can adapt to that. Otherwise, this is going to be potential for V3 to come back again. So hopefully they can do that. Double windows there. I'm not sure which one they're going to open. They do have a bandit this time, though. They are being smart about it and trying to stop any kind of push on this wall. So I like the adaptations here from V3. They're really setting up for good defense there. But interestingly enough, a fuse coming out from the attackers. Now, that is something that can help them here because, as I said, they're having trouble basically with roamers being able to hold their angles and things like that. So the fuse there could get people out of position if they are ready to act on it. And that is where sometimes we're seeing trouble with Dexterity. They are great gunfighters, but they're not coordinating these attacks on those roamers. So that's, again, what they need to do. That fuse needs to be there to push them out of position by cameraman, and then everyone else needs to do the trades on that. They need to be ready to get those picks once those pushes happen. You see those drones coming out from Fuse. He wants to find out where people are at so he knows where to use those 3 cluster charges. Blackbeard on the AC unit. No surprise here. Anyone who's seen Border before pretty much expects this at this point. If there's a Blackbeard, 99% of the time he's going to be playing on this window. That is generally his job in this because it's just one that really works for that role. We're pushing in. And there's, I like Glaz there following up the shots on one door with those on another, and he's going to be able to open up that other castle door quite easily. But he doesn't want to do it just yet because he doesn't want to have to watch yet another angle. So he's trying to clear out as much as he can first with the smoke. And that is one kill onto the defenders, though. That is PZD. He's been one of their heavy fraggers, and he is down now. That Jaeger is down. This is starting to look a little bit more in Dexterity's favor. And he almost picks up the castle. Glaz trying to trade around. Castle trying to see if he can get a counter pick, though. It looks like Glaz is having to watch a lot of angles. Has a nice shot on Amira and just misses it, but then whiffs it. Thyrex taking clear advantage of that, nearly getting a C4 kill to follow it up as well. And we got Astro laying down on the ground now. The Blackbeard slowly turning in V3's favor here. Not landing those shots, not playing correctly as that Glaz there could be costing them. Now it is a 4v. Well, it looks Astro does get picked up, so it is 4v4. There's still 1:10 left, though. Plenty of time left for people to get set up in position and get kills that they need to kill. So we will see if that happens here as Panico starts to make his way in, opening up that door, but he's going to drone and see if there's any follow-ups to it. He's going to actually use this nice small peek hole. I like Psycho with this peek hole over this window here, looking to see if anyone's going to be pushing it. See if he's going to catch anyone. Although Kamikaze does catch Astro, that is finishing off that Blackbeard. It is now a 3v3 as they have lost that castle as well. So we'll see if this double mirror window will come into play, but he does come into play as he shoots him mid-swing. That's the diffuser dropped. That thermite is now down there, definitely not getting that wall open now. The diffuser actually looks like it dropped onto the ground. So that is going to be a little bit of an actual advantage for them because they're going to be able to go out and get that diffuser a little bit easier. But looks like Fuse is a little more concerned with pushing in here onto Thyrex, who's going to have a nice easy peek on him, but Cameraman wins the engagement, and that's what counts. Now Panico's going to be going, does get the diffuser, but Fuse gets taken down from above. And it's going to be an easy shot for Psycho as well to finish that off, holding that site. V3 taking another round, making it 2-2 now. So they are both trading back and forth here in different ways. And again, Dexterity losing all of their attacks. They cannot seem to make the adjustments they need to do to get a successful attack round on V3. V3 being the exact opposite. They can't win their attack rounds as Dexterity are able to hold. So this is just defender-sided like crazy. Both defenders successfully defending upstairs, both of them successfully defending downstairs. The attackers need to figure out a different strat. We do see them adjusting. We saw that Fuse, for example, but that was because it was a different bomb site. So they're going to have to figure out how to attack this Archives differently. They need to win it, because if they win it and can continue to win it, then they're going to continue to pick it on their defensive side. So we'll see they're going to make any adjustments here. They are bringing that Rook and Doc combo again. But hey, everyone's won their defensive round, so I guess you can't adjust too much. We are going to see again that Montaigne from a push here. Whether they will adjust their pushes over to the B side or continue to push that A wall, not sure. It didn't really work out too great last time, as Montaigne became the only one left alive and then had to fend for himself, and that was not a good place to be. You don't want to be the last Montaigne left, unless you're fighting just one. If you're fighting two, it becomes a bit of a problem. So hopefully they're not left in that.
Faltam 5 segundos. Os atacantes estão a caminho para localizar e desativar uma bomba.
I imagine they're talking about the potential for attacking this B side. Montaigne pushing out of that doorway you see right there. So we'll see where the drones are going to get some idea where the attack might be coming. They are definitely wanting to control that security office again. It doesn't say for sure whether or not they're going to push the A side, but it looks like PZD coming over to this stairwell, the east stairwell here, says to me they could potentially want to walk into offices or the B side. Missing that melee there. Trying to be cautious about it, changing his stance each time so he doesn't get pre-fired as easily. But it looks like they're still kind of figuring out what they want to do. He's waiting for the drone here to come out. Thyrex does the drone for him. Now they are pushing for an A-side push again, it looks like, from the way Montaigne's moving through that security office, or towards that security office at the very least. I like Panic over here with this nice crack peek through the bottom of that window. Some windows are set up in positions where they can't take a peek like that, and you really need to know which ones those are, because you can see him taking advantage of that. He is actually trying to, I think, find that Blackbeard that would be pushing up on the AC unit, but they're not bringing the Blackbeard, they're bringing the Montaigne Glass. Now this is where they need to get this open. Again, they did not bring a Bandit or a Needle, so Dexterity need to try and stop them from pushing the win. Again, though, they won this last time, so we know they can do it. That barbed wire slowing them down. They're not taking out that barbed wire anytime soon. I don't think they have anyone with grenades on their lineup here. They got to completely rely on PZD on that Ash to take out that barbed wire. And that pre-fire from Silence taking down Psycho, that is their glass down already. Now their Dexterity, strong footing on here. They're definitely going to be in a good position now. Of course, Thermite's going to open that up. But they do have a nice angle. Let's see if this wall is open to the side of them. If it is, that could help. The smoke coming out there from Panico, going to delay them as well. Nicely done. Go in here, going to play the half walls, hanging back sides of the office, and there's the attack from below. PZD using one of his Ash charges to open the floor. That is usually a buck job, that's pretty good, but that is a nice play for PZD. Taking down Gohan, and that is going to slowly weaken their sight defense there as the Montaigne starting to push in through that wall, baiting out yet another smoke. Now that's at least 2 smokes down. There's only potentially 1 left. It's still 56 seconds left. Now, why he walked through that smoke right there, I will never know. He only took a little bit of damage, but it seemed like unnecessarily risky. Now he's down to less than half health, pushing up against Silence here. Silence going to go for the melee, but this is really to choke him out, so that way they can go for that plant. Now the attack's going to have to come from the other side. Kamikaze does take down Panico. Astro takes down PZD, but then the team kill from Kamikaze going to put V3 at a huge disadvantage here. It is now a 2v2. Well, actually, essentially a 1v1 as Thyrex is downed. He is not going to be able to do a whole lot. So it looks like Astro almost down as well, but Astro's still up alive enough to finish off Thyrex. Is on Kamikaze to find 2 here, and he sure finds Cameraman, who finishes him off for a nice win there on Kamikaze. Dexterity again, winning their defensive rounds. So it's just someone's got to win an attack round here. And I'm calling it now. Whoever wins an attack round will take this map. I say that time and again, and you know why? Because it works. If you can break it, if you can break the mold on a defensive series, you will almost always be the one that comes out victoriously in the end. So if V3 are the ones to finally adapt and figure this out, we're going to see Dexterity fall and actually lose today. So they just got to figure it out. Thanks, Torgo. Glad you guys should all actually let Ubisoft Brazil know. If you guys know anyone at Ubisoft Brazil or can talk to them, please let them know and say thank you for allowing me to do this, asking me to do this English broadcast, because it is all in Ubisoft's good graces that you guys get an English stream for this and not have to get in Portuguese. So I appreciate it from them, and you guys should let them know as well. Let them know that it's great that you have this. Unfortunately, it's not on the main Rainbow Six stream, but hey, it is still here. It's still available for those who can't catch it live. You can catch it in the VODs. So it's a nice Sunday afternoon thing, and hopefully I will be continuing to do this all the way till the end, till Playday 7, and then depending on how things go, maybe being at the finals as well, to do that live and maybe talk a bit more about these guys having watched all these. So I'll be able to cast some of the Brazilian matches there. So yeah, just call them up and let them know thank you. Not sure that's a real number. So Panico, the one play that IQ, I'm not sure we've seen really, from the spectator point of view at least, some good play from that IQ. Not sure that that choice has been working out for them. Considering they haven't been winning attack rounds, I wouldn't say that it has made any kind of important difference in winning those. Thermite playing with cautiously. I would love to have it hosted on the Rainbow Six channel, but that is the call of either ESL or Ubisoft. But hey, you know, why not let them know you'd like it casted on there, or have them hosted at least. Something like that, but it is definitely not my call. I just appreciate being asked and the opportunity to do this English stream for everyone here. So, but I appreciate you all for tuning in. It wouldn't really matter if no one was here to watch. So thanks again for everyone tuning in, especially if you're just having a nice chill Sunday afternoon, evening, morning, whatever it is for you. Or even maybe Monday for Australians, I'm not sure. So Thermite going to be opening that A-wall. Nice double breach here. Really want that A-wall open. Again, no one there to stop it, no bandit or mute. We do have a pulse downstairs, I imagine. I mean, you're not going to have a pulse not have him downstairs. And it's going to depend on him to use that C4 again, as I said before. And then you're going to have a C4 on Valkyrie as well. So we'll potentially see some C4 kills here. As I say that, called that one right. Kamikaze on that pulse, getting a C4 kill on the cameraman. And that is now their Hibana gone. Hopefully they did what they need to do with Hibana, or this is going to go badly for them. They did what they needed to do with Thermite, though. And that's a little bit more important, is getting that wall open. Gohan here on this Glaz, we need to see Gohan pulling his weight with that Glaz, or this is not going to work for an attack round again. Dexterity just need to make this adjustment. He manages to rush in, though. They know where the shots came from, though, and that's going to give Gohan a little bit of intel on this push. Cyrex, though, pushed around, give him away his position. Plant's coming down. The plant actually makes it down. Now, this is starting to look good, but he's on the reload. Doesn't catch the half wall. Does barely see that yellow. Now, he knows what he needs to know, but it's not enough. We see the kill there from Gear shooting that Glaz, and then, but he gets taken down, traded by Silence. It is now a 4v3. Attackers actually at a disadvantage, but they got the diffuser down. Panico making it more of a disadvantage, taking it down to now Psycho finishing it down to a 1v3. That diffuser is gonna get diffused here unless this attacker can do something. He's got to time his grenade just perfectly. That's almost enough wax right there. And there's that cook grenade. It doesn't work. He doesn't come around for a nice shot. And that timing, he spent so much time just cooking the grenade when he should have taken those shots. Again, no one winning an attack round. Dexterity just not making it. So that is V3 taking another attack or a defense round. We're just trading defense round after defense round after defense round, and at this rate, we're going to see it overtime. It is 3-3. If they just keep trading like this, it is going to be all down to math of whoever has a defense round last to get point number 6. So he really should have taken the shots instead of cooking that grenade. But you know what? In the heat of the moment, you make the decisions you make, and all you can do is come back, watch the VODs, hindsight's 2020, figure it out. I'm not here to judge these guys. I'm here to say what they might be able to do better in the next time, so that when they watch this or when other people watch this, they can think what they could do. But you know, you do what you can do, and I'm sure that they're going to be feeling a little bit bad about not being able to guard that plant after they stuck it. So they are going to be defending downstairs now, but they successfully defended upstairs again. Not a surprise there. They're setting up, it looks like a similar defense to last time. See if they're going to be able to defend this any better this time. As far as their defenders, I personally am a fan of bringing a castle on this one, either for the upstairs or the downstairs to try and slow a push. Although a lot of times the push is going to come from the upstairs through the floor and through the hatches. So you almost might want to use it upstairs to just buy the people upstairs some extra time, because you're going to have less people upstairs, right? So the resources are going to be there to try and help a team stay alive. As I've talked about before, so I hope that you guys don't mind me repeating myself, but when it comes to bomb sites like this one and the one on Canal, what happens is in a split defense, or I mean in a defense where you need to split your defenders because you need to control the top floor to stop an attack on the downstairs floor, it means you need to split your resources. It means you're going to have 2 to 3 people upstairs and like 1 to 3 people downstairs. That means your resources are split. You've got to defend the top floor just the same way you've got to defend against 5 attackers trying to take you down. But you've got to do it with less people, and that's why it becomes a big problem defending sites like this. Unless you've got some really good strategies, some really good roam flanks, you're going to be in a situation where you're actually at a huge disadvantage defending. That being said, we have seen defenders win every single time. So obviously the attackers, despite having an advantage on this bomb site, are not capitalizing on it properly, and they're letting themselves get caught off guard. So this is where, this is a chance now for V3 to figure that out, take advantage of it. All 5 attack the top floor, just put serious pressure on, kill those guys as fast as possible up there, take control, attack downwards, and win this to change the pace, take that match point early on your attack round, and then you will be in a position to lock out Dexterity and win for the day. That being said, easier said than done, right? I'm not there in the Pro League. I'm just saying what I think should be done. So take it or leave it, but I have seen that work time and time again, so, you know, what do I know, right? So we're going to see Thyrex still indecisive whether he wants to go up or down, decides to go in. They're actually attacking the site here. It's interesting, they've got at least 3 people putting pressure on the site to try and get their way in. The smokes are coming out. Silence is in a situation where he's trying to work that crack and not able to actually see through it because of that smoke. Kamikaze coming around here to try and use this hatch while they know the attack's coming down from the sides. They're actually distracted. Silence does get downed, though, and that is 1 defender down already. Not killed just yet, but he is down. There's going to be a nice distraction here. Thyrex trying to wall bang it if he can. Psycho probably should be the one doing that, but they are going to potentially get Silence back up here. C4 doesn't do any good, but that is going to be a nice distraction there, so Gohan can get him back up, but it doesn't matter. Psycho going to be the one to take him down, but Psycho gets taken down, and he's going to crawl into the bathroom with Silence. 2 enemies hanging out together in the bathroom. Doesn't matter, though. Astro there to finish him off. This is, again, looking like a defensive win. We hear a mirror window getting opened, so that is going to be an extra ankle there for the defenders to be used, but that could also be used the attackers. But the glass is down at least, so it's a little safer now to open that mirror window. Blackbeard going to be walking his way in as they try and knock down this barbed wire, put their way in. They didn't even mess with the people upstairs. Kier, though, taking down Cameraman. That is another defender down. Is now actually looking attack advantage at 4v3. You're going to see Astro push his way around. Almost a shot of the Blackbeard, but Kamikaze there to finish it off. And PZD getting a nice kill there as well. Takes him down. Kier winning the attack round for his team on Silence. That is V3 taking the first attack round of the day. That means V3 are at a strong advantage here to take this all the way home because this is map number 3. If they can win this map, they're going to lock Santos Dexterity out of that first place chance, and they are going to have to fight against the first place of the B-side. So that is still a good chance for them, though, to potentially make this happen. So I'm not going to say that they're locked out of anything just yet, even if they lose this, but that is what V3 needed to do, and they did it. You're seeing so many more kills more spread out through that team, whereas Astro is still doing all the carrying for Dexterity, and that's a big problem for them, especially if Astro gets picked early. They're not doing a whole lot for the rest of their team. Now, kills aren't everything, but they can be an indicator of how people are distributing their ability to whittle down the enemy team. You do need to get kills generally to win. It's very rare to win on time for an attack. Yes, you can win on time for defense, though. So. Now, of course, we have the attackers or the defenders going downstairs for V3 because they're playing all the defense rounds. If V3 can do what they've done every time, what Dexterity have done every time, and win this defensive round, well, what Dexterity did every time, barring the last round, then this is going to V3. Look at those pings. 13 to 16 ping. Doesn't everyone wish they had that kind of ping, right? Everyone in inside the LAN studio there. So, hey, Censored Voice, I really appreciate you sending that email. I mean, you guys don't have to do that kind of stuff, but I do appreciate you guys sending the good word and thanking them for having this, as it benefits everyone, right? So that's really cool of you. Thanks for doing that. So we'll see Astro doing some droning for his team, getting some kind of intel of where they're playing. They need to get an idea of who's on top, who's on bottom before they make this push. But those hatches do mean people can drop down if they need to.
Atacante derrubou o desativador de bomba. Atacante recuperou o desativador.
So we see PZD. Oh, he has a perfect shot on defuse there, just whiffing it. Cameraman taking a little bit of damage. Might have hit him with like 1 bullet, but unfortunately that's not enough here. That is Gohan. They can take it down Psycho, though. Dexterity starting to look like they could win an attack round thanks to Cameraman surviving that shot. And so now Gohan's going to be trying to do a lot of damage. Now Gohan being one that has been a strong attacker for the team on that Glaz. It is down to him and Astro, but Gohan hasn't been doing as well with Glaz on this map. If he can, I could see it turning around a little bit more. we see the smokes coming out. PZD waiting for that push from Gohan, right? The smoke's there. Pretty much a clear indicator that you're going to see either an Ash or a Glaz, and more often than not, a Glaz. And find some advantage here. Looks like he trying, and that is, looks like Cameraman and Astro taking down 2. Dexterity starting to win an attack round here. We could see a strong overtime. PZD, the last one who's got to find 5. Well, Astro's down, but he's going to get back up. Let's be obvious here. It's like he's going to get picked back up. So it is really looking like we're going to see overtime. Because if Dexterity can win this attack round, then it is going to go to overtime. And the plant does come down. That means there's a lot more pressure on here, forcing PZD to come on out. He's not going to be able to play time. And the shots are coming down. 3 people putting pressure on him. I don't think they're going to fall for this if he tries to come out this window. He does bait out Astro, though. We're going to replay there. I believe that is a bit of a mistake. Whoops. Production group. PZD does take down Astro, but he's still got 4 more to find. Oddly enough, 2 are on low health, though. There is the possibility he can make this work. But by the time he gets in there, the diffuser is going to be well on its way to being plenty of time. And it doesn't matter. Silence does trade it. Now, we are going to go to overtime. As I said earlier, whoever wins the attack round is going to go. But if that turns out to happen from them as well, then... So, we're going to see that overtime. Looks like both teams managed to make the adjustments on their tech. Now that's good because that means both teams have figured out what to do wrong or what they've done wrong. But both those successful attacks were against the bottom floor, which is not what we're going to see to start with. So we could definitely see it leaning a different way again back towards defense because they're going to be playing on this top floor again. So we'll see how much difference that may or may not make as this comes out here. Should be interesting to say the least. So, who is going to take the day? But I'm favoring V3 because they made their adaptations first, but and because of the way they played on Oregon. I think V3 are well set to potentially win this round, assuming especially if that pulse from Kamikaze can get a C4 off. Then unless Gohan can get a lot of kills for his team here, I'm going to say V3 are going to win this. Astro coming around here. He's just going to go up to the roof instead of swinging on him, which is probably safer to start with here. Kamikaze going to be trying to get that intel, trying to decide where to use his C4, but he does see that shot on the camera. So assuming he's smart about it, he knows that they're outside that door now. They're using the top of that wood as an angle to open it without exposing themselves too much. So now it is Kamikaze rotating around here, trying to stay safe, trying to stay away from drones, trying to figure where they're at. If he pulls out his heartbeat sensor here, he's going to catch Silence. But Silence could open that window and start to make his way in. Looks like Silence is going to go for the rappel up here. He's still not using his heartbeat sensor. He's a little more concerned about drones are getting caught out, so he's still in a tense position. Gohan, though, he's going to drone this out. He knows there's no one playing the half wall. He's just setting up his drone. If he leaves his drone here, he's going to be in a good position now. If someone else watches it for him, they're going to be able to tell him what's going on with this. The smokes are going to come out. That wall is reinforced there. No mirror window on it from right there, at least. Now notice that the half wall is clear. If he watches that angle, he can see anyone actually trying to cross it. Cyrex is going to put up that mirror window now, though. He's going to start to give himself an angle. If he opens that up, he can get some good shots on him. He's got the wood wall next to him. He didn't give away. He didn't tip his hand too early. Kamikaze here needs to change the pace of this round. Still a minute 30 left, and the attackers are starting to make progress. Kamikaze trying to watch any angle he can here. He's still rotating around. He's going to have to be a key player here, but the attackers haven't killed anyone just yet. So a minute 20 left. No kills have come out. This could go either way. Now this is where if Kamikaze can get the C4 onto Gohan, that's going to really change things around. So like I said, they're really depending on Astro Gohan to make this work. Shots coming out from Gohan, trying to open up this wall a little bit here. Now they know where he's at. This roam actually coming around from Kamikaze. He's not going to go for the C4. It looks like he's going to come up the stairs. PZD just trying to find a nice angle here, playing all the way back in the B-side office. No one actually is bothering to push B-side. Cyrex with the C4 attempt. That whiff is not going to help. He hasn't done enough damage. Glaz is about half health, and the wall bang comes through, but Gohan trades it. He gets the shot just enough to get dropped down. The smoke actually could get him out of there. The C4 fails from Kamikaze. This is starting to lean towards attacker's favor, although Kamikaze getting that kill onto Panico there is going to help. PZD getting the kill onto Gohan, finishing off the downed. Glaz is also going to help, and then that kill on Habana from PZD. V3 turning these around here, looking like they're going to win this against 2 attackers. It is all down to Thermite from Astro and Silence here. Going to have to do something drastic as Astro takes down one more. That is Gear down. Shots come out. That is Silence getting taken down. Kamikaze taking down Astro as well. And that is V3 winning their first defensive round of overtime. Again, defense so strong upstairs. I'm guessing we're going to see a win again from the defensive side from V3 this time. They just won from Dexterity, because V3 just won their defense round. Now we're going for Dexterity to potentially win their defense round upstairs. If they do, we're going to see a 5-5 tit for tat. And then it's going to come down to who can win defense or attack. That will mean, though, that V3 will be on defense of the bottom floor if we go to that 6th round, or that round 4, point number 6. What that means so far is that both teams have now successfully attacked that. So it is anyone's game at that point. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see whether or not they can do that. However, we still got this round to go here. If V3 can win this round, we're not even going to see that last round. So this could be that last round to see. Now this is, for anyone just tuning in, this is map number 3 of the first match of the day. This is V3 Masters versus Santos Dexterity. This is the winner's bracket for Group A. These are 2 very strong teams that locked out the other 2 teams we're going to be seeing in the next match, which are the loser's bracket for Group A, which both these teams have beat. So we're going to see probably a little bit different play than these 2 guys. But it is map number 3. Santos Dexterity won map number 1, 5-1, which was Clubhouse. V3 Masters won map number 2, 5-1, which was Oregon, showing very, very strong roam play. Now, both teams have been going very tit-for-tat, winning all their defensive rounds till the overtime round, or the point number 4 rounds, in which both teams won their attack round because it was on the downstairs, and both teams successfully adapted to that, actually just straight up attacking the downstairs instead of dealing with the upstairs roamers and forcing them to scramble a bit and then covering their flanks. So that adaptation worked. However, 5 against the top floor is just, top floor attacks are just not working out for either team. This has really been a big problem for them. This Montaigne strat has not been working out, but V3 is going to try it anyways. They're going to still try and keep doing it. And again, Dexterity not putting anything on that wall means Montaigne's able to open it up and push in, but the smoke counters and everything else has still been working. So I don't see them seeing that as a problem just yet. But I do think they might be better off trading even the Rook for a Bandit. That way they could stop it, or even a Mute. So they could potentially deny some droning as well. But that being said, Direx is going to have an easy time opening this wall. Psycho ready with that smoke grenade. He's going to pop that out for that Montaigne to start pushing in, and he's going to be able to use that Glaz rifle to start covering for him. Now, maybe if they could come for a roam counter on the security office, they could really throw a gink in their works. I would love to see for one of them push around while they're so focused on this, because this is such a teamwork-heavy strat here. They're really focused extra effort on pushing that as a team. You see 4 of them clustered over here. If someone just came around behind right now, they could slaughter probably a good 2 of them, especially with a C4 throw out that window. But they're just not doing it. They're too busy focused on stalling out this Montaigne. And I tell you what, that would stall. Nothing stalls out a Montaigne more than shots from behind. So that being said, the smokes are coming out here from both teams. Montaigne again walking into him. This is why you're losing. Glaz walks into the smoke as well. Psycho pushing into the smoke is not getting the kills. PZD taking down Silence. Astro taking down PZD though for a nice trade. Psycho taking down Panico, and another kill there, but he gets knocked down. But taking down Gohan helps, and now is actually starting to look like an attacker advantage. It is a 3v2. A little bit of smoke damage still on that Montaigne. Now this is that flank I was talking about. Astro, where were you earlier on this flank? Because now it is on Cameraman to hold the site. They're starting to clear out the barbed wire. Astro, though, does get taken out. It is all down to Cameraman. This could be the first attack round upstairs 1. If V3 won this, it is a 4v1 at this point. Although 2 men are down, actually, now that I say that. The Montaigne and the Glaz are down, but he's got to finish them off for that to actually matter. Diffuser is down now. He could kill one of them right now, but he's not getting that kill. Doesn't have a C4 left. He's got to go up against sorry, getting a little flustered. A Thatcher and a Thermite. And Cameraman takes down 2. It is still the 2 up though. That was the 2 down. He's still got a lot of time left in this diffuser, but they're not going to give it to him. Easy kill though. What were you thinking, Thyrex? You just gave him that for free. Now he's got to just finish off this. And what could have been the clutch of the century, the attackers win. V3 taking it for the day, taking it against the big contender, Santos Dexterity, going down 6-4. Amazing win for V3. That trade at the end, it was almost looked like a trade kill there, just downing the defender, or I mean killing the defender and downing the attacker. That was an amazing, amazing finish, just the bullets flying at each other midair. during that, and that is Santos Dexterity. Now going to have to fight against the winner of the winner's bracket, or the loser, the winner of the winner's bracket on Group B. So, yes, I will clap as well as these guys are doing. That was nicely done, V3. I'm not surprised, though. I got to say, Oregon showed me what V3 was made of. Not just in their points, but in their adaptation, their smart plays, their adjustments. I would have liked to see Astro's flank work, but I think it would have worked when they were a little more distracted. He needed to be doing a bit more of a flank, maybe not even pushing it. Just take some shots, pull back, and make them watch their flank. But that being said, hindsight's 20/20. They didn't make it work. They weren't able to stick their defense. The attacks got figured out, and finally figured out on the top floor. And that's what matters. Like, V3 just showing they had what it takes to take down Santos Dexterity. So, now that means I believe there's a good chance we will see V3 potentially in the LAN finals. Again, not 100% sure how that works. I believe V3 now will be going against the loser of the winner's bracket on Group B, if I understand that correctly. So this is the winner's brackets for each group. So this is the winner's bracket for Group A, and there's the winner's bracket for Group B, I'm assuming next week, because they've been doing A and B alternating so far, which is different than the other regions. But so then whoever loses that match will be going against Santos Dexterity. Whoever wins that match will be going against V3, assuming again that I understand all of it correctly. So that should be interesting to say the least. So things are definitely interesting as they stand so far, but Santos Dexterity has a chance to come back if they can win against the loser, or win against the winner of Group B, which I do think they have a good chance of, as I think this, to me, was the top two teams. I think there's a good chance we will see still both V3 and Santos Dexterity going to the LAN finals as the two Brazilian teams. So I wouldn't rule either of these guys out, but that being said, if they do go, we saw how good they are. I imagine that will be a heck of a fight when it comes to the LAN finals. And if anyone manages to beat either of these two teams to take that spot at the LAN finals, they are going to be a heck of a team as well. And that is going to be amazing when they get there. So I am looking forward to some great plays from those guys. But like I said, if Santos Dexterity are going to be going there, hopefully they go back, watch this VOD, and think about what they were doing on their roam attacks and roam defenses, because that's where they were losing it on, especially on Oregon. So hopefully maybe they think about that, make some adjustments, and then play Oregon even, and then actually come back with the other team not expecting like better play like that. So V3 though, they definitely earned that victory, but that's how you end it, right? A nice tight ending. I would have liked to see it go 5-5 before it went 6-5, but that was really well done by V3. It literally came down to the last bit of health as one person dropped as the other did not. So someone asking when the next game is. The next game is as soon as they start it. I'm not 100% sure. Generally it's scheduled for, let's see, 15 minutes from now. I believe is when it's scheduled. So we probably will see it next 15 minutes. As Logic points out, Keystars or K-Stars are also a good team. However, I don't know that they're up to the caliber of V3 and Santos Dexterity, I'll be honest. But that is my opinion. I am going off of what I looked at from the previous Cups, Go For things, and things like that from the Latin American teams during the last few weeks leading up to the finals. Or I mean leading up to the playoffs here. So that is just my opinion based on what I've seen so far. Now that is totally up in the air, as teams can make adjustments. Matchups do matter. What maps are played matters. So many variables. That's what I love about this game, is it's not super predictable. You're not going to know what's going to win, so could be interesting. Those of you who are Noted fans, Noted will be coming up next year on Pain versus Simex Aura. Oh, we were seeing highlights for a second there. Nope, no highlights. Oh, just almost jumped to them for a second there. So yes, for all those Noted fans out there, you will see his face on LAN here. Hopefully some other players get as popular as Noted has become, especially some of these guys from Santos Dexterity and V3, as they've shown they've earned it. Not sure what these guys are talking about, but he did have a pencil for a second there, and that's exciting. Did have some people drop out of view. Hopefully everyone comes back here in about 10-15 minutes when the next match starts, so we'll see what they're going to have in store here. I think we probably will be, I imagine we'll be going to a break here in just a minute, depending on how they're doing it here. Although we should have some highlights first to talk about. But that was definitely an amazing play. Supposedly it's 30 minutes the next match, but here are those highlights. Saw Kamikaze with the die push there. Psycho, a lot of Glass play from both teams, sometimes working, sometimes not. You're seeing Gohan as well. He was a strong Glass player in Clubhouse. Struggled a bit more with it on Oregon and Border, but he's definitely their Glass player. Astro, just a slayer on all 3 maps, but still not the one to carry the whole team. He can't carry the whole team himself. Cameraman, one who needs to get a little bit more work going on his kills, but he's still a great utility player. But he's playing the Hibana, and that's not someone who should just be utility. They've got a great gun, great 3-speed. Whoever's on the Hibana should be a little bit stronger at the gunfighting, and they might want to consider changing that up, let's be honest. Silence here. Quick whip around, realizing that was that Hibana I spoke of. And that throw by Thyrex, perfectly timed on Cameraman, who I was just talking about. Didn't work the second time around, though. He did try it again. Those Glass kills Panico here. Just waiting for that opportunity to see him. And then realize, oh, whoop, he's over there. That was a wallbang kill for him. So nice done. That whip around there as well onto Ash. Astro, again, being a top player. Gohan, again, being their most important player. A little bit of a whiff shot there, but the reduced recoil on that gun from the previous patches has made it a little bit easier for him to continue with that follow-up. That is the strength of Glass. They almost need to put his recoil back. And there's those shots. Always someone behind those mini bars, and that's why you pre-fire it. Kamikaze here with this nice counter. And that was when they were playing, I think, on that site, perhaps, on Oregon. They actually started out on that site, and that cost them around. Gohan, though, with that quick, close-range kill. Panico went off that round. PZD, though, traded him. Smoke's coming out on this plant. Gohan timing this right, playing it around. As they were going for a flank behind, thinking he was watching through the smoke. So it was a well-played, good game sense on his part. Gohan switching out from that after that shotgun kill, ready to follow it up with a nice prone. They were expecting him to be standing, and he timed that perfectly. But I believe he does get traded by Psycho after this, sadly for him, as he wasn't ready for that crouch. And we were seeing Gear, who had some good plays, making it work here. With that Blackbeard with no shield on. I think he lost it up to that point, didn't even bother replacing it. And this is where they left that flank of Smoke alive. Free kills for Kamikaze. So easy for him to win that round because they just let him hang out in armor. He played it so well, and they just played it poorly. There's the 3K for him from that position. Thyrex with that quick swing around, though. Nice shots there on the wall banks. And this is where we finally get onto Border. Astro getting that kill and getting dropped, but totally worth it. Panico playing smart here. Rushes up a little bit late on that, and he's even shaking the mouse a little, trying to control that recoil on that SMG-11. Psycho playing a good Valkyrie here. Just whips out for that hallway kill right, just the right time, but had Pulse there to trade it if he needed. PZD with a lot of great kills as well. Cameraman getting that kill finally onto Kamikaze. I think he actually played pretty good on the Mira, if I remember correctly. Astro, though, with a pistol finish there, just going ham on him. Psycho from the exact same position getting a kill with a different gun and a different operator. Look at that wallbang, though. Him just calling out, there's someone behind him. I'm just going to spray it just in case. Totally paid off for him. So many fights over this wall here. Kamikaze, though, definitely one of the better players on V3. Him and Psycho did a lot of work for the teams. I mean, I like to see the kill spread to get an idea. PZD as well. I got to say, there's a lot of good fraggers on V3. Definitely a better spread than Dexterity has. That was a nice trade there. Kamikaze, again, is someone I said that was able to hold it. Thyrex as well. He had some great moments. He had some ups and some downs, but I think he was a great site utility player as well when it worked. Kamikaze was a great... we get to see that one twice. So nice we get to see it twice from Kamikaze. PZD, though, like I said, a great fragger as well. Him and Kamikaze there again with the last 2 kills in that round as well. These Fontaine pushes really got hammed up by that smoke. And you see these glasses just pushing right into it as well. Astro with kills there as well. Getting traded off a little bit by Kamikaze, of course, of all people. That kill there under the crawling away Montaigne. Cameraman, this is where he did a little bit better. He was playing decent on that Mira sometimes. So that was nice. Trying to hold this angle. And this is where we saw that final kill. This was an easy kill on the Thermite. It was just like, what? Thermite, what were you doing? And then Kamikaze getting this kill here as they traded each other down. And he looks like he actually didn't get down. He just drop-shotted. And that is the power of the drop shot. Drop shot's not being as powerful on land, but you see it still works at the end of the day, and that was literally the end of the day for them because that was the last kill of the match for both teams. So nicely done there. A lot of highlights from those games. That was definitely, no one was a slouch there in terms of getting highlights, but we saw a lot of star players, especially from V3. Kamikaze, PZD, and why am I forgetting his name now? I just mentioned earlier, had some great matches here. So, unfortunately, Astro and Gohan having to do a lot for dexterity, and that being a problem. They've got to get cameramen on the frags. They've got to get some of the other guys doing a little bit more fragging. Again, fragging's not everything, but it sure as heck helps, and you saw that from V3 in the end. So, hopefully, these other two teams can contend here. Hopefully, for the noted fans out there, Pain can make a good showing and maybe get their chance to fight against someone in the winner's bracket, potentially. Not sure what they're going on about it yet, but we should be getting set up for the next match here soon. Imagine we might go to a break. But the next match again will be Pain versus Somexora. So that should be an interesting match. I would like to see how that goes, and we will soon. So, I mean, imagine the next match should be within the next 5 to 10 minutes. Unfortunately, since I don't speak Portuguese, I don't have a way of knowing that. Shoutouts to everyone tuning in. As I said earlier, I really appreciate it. I know some of you are dropping out just because it's a little break here. And we have 2 of the players from V3 here. Oh, we did have them for a second. So close, yet so far for the interview. I'm feeling a little confused, like, oh, back to the desk. All right, well, we weren't ready for that, but tune in now. Back to the interview here. We've got 2 guys from V3. Let's see who this is once it pulls their names up. Unfortunately, yes, only the mainstream is Portuguese. I don't know Portuguese, so I don't know what they're saying. Just commentating the best I can in English for everyone to enjoy here. See, they are definitely excited. See him and just like, oh yeah, we won. You know, we just played good, and I think we're good. You guys did this and this, and then this and this happened, and what were you thinking about why you did this and that, in terms of what made you guys win? How are you feeling about that, and how does it make you feel now to be a person who feels so good and looking so thoughtful about what you're thinking about? So, I mean, tell me a bit about that. Yeah. Well, I think we played really well, and I think my teammate's getting a little antsy to say something, so I hope they ask him some questions. For those of you just watching, we didn't actually have any rehosts from Herbonobugs. So, looks like he's got a lot of explaining to do about what they did. This is how we changed. This is how we adapted. We figured out what they were doing, and we changed it. So you over here, what your teammate just said, and commenting on that, what do you think about how you guys did that? And is he wrong or is he right? Do you think V3 is going to be the amazing champions we expect them to be going forward in the next match? You know what? I think we did a great job, and I think we're a great team. I think Dexterity are really good as well. We were definitely a little worried about what they were going to do. We learned some stuff. We got 5-1 in the first map on Clubhouse. We weren't expecting that. We had some pretty good strats for Clubhouse. But you know what? We came back and we played pretty well. We got a 5-1 on them on Oregon. So I think we showed that we're actually a really good team and that we were able to come back on map number 3. It took a while. We had a lot of back and forth, but we figured out what we were doing wrong. We saw what they were doing. We kind of capitalized on it. Well, you guys definitely showed that you could do that, and I think you guys are looking good going forward. But you still got to be able to fight the next matchups. Yeah, I mean we're not too worried about the other guys. This is going to be the losers from the other bracket, and I think I expect them to put up a good fight, but I do think we're going to take this all the way to the finals. I mean, we're a good team, and we just showed that. I mean, we played against what I think is one of the best teams in Brazil, and we showed we can beat them. It was definitely a tough match, though, so we can do it. Well, thanks to these guys. Thanks to this guy over here as well who answered some questions. We're going to go back to the game. Hopefully this is going to be a good match here between Pain and Semexora. Hopefully it's going to be good as these matches we just saw here. So thanks again for tuning in. All right, great hosting there. Great interview questions, great interviews. Some good answers as well from both guys. This is a good team. Make some poses here. So this is good. I think it's good as well. I think there's going to be some good matchups here. And I'm looking forward to it. But it's going to take a minute to get set up here, so apologize for that. So we're just going to take a minute to talk about some other stuff. So what did you think about the stuff that's going on? I mean, I thought this was good, what happened and stuff that happened and things that are going to happen in the future here. But we're going to see what's going to happen in the next matches. Sorry, that's how it kind of feels to me. I've been in this position, so I don't feel like I'm taunting them too much. I've been the guy in his role on the left-hand side there in the analyst caster color chair. So he has to do a lot of the talking during this, and so I feel for him. And they are getting ready here. It looks like they're getting ready to go to either a break or go to a fly-by the maps or something like that and talk about these next teams, which again are going to be Semexor versus Pain, and Noted is going to be on Pain for everyone who is the Noted fan, of course. There's a lot of people here we're thinking about. I think guy on the left needs a necklace too. Rocking it. Looks like he's thinking about the camera. All right, cool. Now we're going to see someone from Santos Dexterity, Panico, talking about the missed opportunities that they had there, especially on border. So I think we made some mistakes. I mean, we're going to learn from those. We're going to go strong into the next match. I think we're definitely going to come back, and I think we're going to be able to beat V3 in the finals. We're definitely going to get there. I mean, we're a strong team. We just made a few mistakes. Oregon, definitely something we're going to learn from, because, I mean, we're going to go back and see what we did. Like, we definitely know what we did wrong, and I'm just going to talk about what we did wrong to try and be positive about it, because we don't want to feel bad about losing, because we are a top team, and we know we can win. We just goofed up, so we need to figure it out, and we will. So cut to this answer as well. So, I mean, all the joking aside, great plays from Santos Dexterity. I think they figured out some of the stuff they did wrong, at least on border, and we saw that. Obviously, V3 figured out what they did wrong on Clubhouse, brought that back as well. Yeah, we need to translate scripts beforehand, right? I just need to learn Portuguese, let's be honest. It's my fault here because I'm not multilingual, just an American. But a North American, sorry, let's put it that way, because let's be honest, South America is still part of America, and that means Brazil is American as well in that sense. So hopefully we'll be getting to the next matchups here soon, or at least to break something here to get moving forward and not just have everyone talking for a while. As everyone knows, stop talking, start playing. It just means they are still buying some time for something to get set up here. So just to be clear to everyone who doesn't know, even in the LAN environment, they have to now have all the teams unplug their mice, unplug their keyboards, possibly their headphones as well, swap out maybe hard drives, get set up on the computers, and get prepared for the next match here. Wow, another person from V3. I think they're going to interview all of V3, although this one may have been pre-recorded. But yeah, they're still setting up all their LAN computers and getting everyone joined into the match on the correct Uplay accounts. All that junk takes a little while, unfortunately, switching between teams, and that is what they're doing right now, getting all that set up. In some ways, it actually could almost be easier to handle it over the internet because you don't have to swap computers. The people just should be ready on time to join in, but they still have to do like their map bands, get their wire and wire and MOS ready, things like that. So this guy, definitely with his well-groomed beard there. A lot of intellectual things to say with those glasses. Yeah, if you know Spanish, you can follow a little bit of Portuguese, but it's definitely not exactly the same. I mean, I can recognize a little bit of Spanish, but definitely not enough to recognize much Portuguese, if any. So hopefully this guy will learn to speak English too. Eventually we will, I imagine, have some more or some different casting of the Brazilian Pro League in the future to figure this out. So it will be hopefully a little bit nicer, not having to have me talk over stuff that's going on, with mouths moving but no words coming out. Imagine talking about how beautiful that man was, those glasses and beard, and that cheeky smile. These guys have a lot to talk about, especially this exciting music going on, which I'm glad they have. Yeah, they probably are shouting 24/7 on the Portuguese stream. They should call it a scream, not a stream, because they get very excited. I say when we're over in the Polish studio, you can hear some of the CSGO casters and things like that in Polish, and they just get hyped. I don't know what they're saying either, but it is crazy loud. They just get very excited, so... Yeah, I do wish they had a bit more viewers, unfortunately. Sometimes there's just not enough. I mean, it might be the time of day. Not sure why this is a bit earlier than you would expect for the time zone. For example, the EU one is usually about maybe 7 hours later than this in terms of, like, my time zone. So it's a little odd, but... All right, well, I'm just going to take... My throat is starting to get ripped up here from doing all this talking by myself as I don't have a second guy to take over for half the time. I'm going to take a quick voice break here. Potentially have to go to a break here. And just turn off my mic for a second, let the music do its thing. We'll get ready here. So I'll be right back. Hopefully we'll get this game going soon. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Rainbow Six Pro League Year 2. And here comes the break of the century. Whoa, a good 25-minute. That's definitely a lot longer than I expected, but for anyone who wants to see a Remorse casting before, just look at my VODs. He casted the... So I did about 8-hour stream of the Asian Community Cup Friday night, which was like last night, or 2 nights ago. So just go back to my VODs, and you'll see... I think the last VOD there should be the Asian Community Cup. He commentated quite a few matches, but eventually did have to go to bed. So just watch from the beginning of that, as long as you can watch through when there's, like 6 hours of it. So you can at least skip through breaks. So, but yeah, this is a good chance for people to take a food break, but leave the stream on so you know when it's back. And if you need to, go get a drink, go take a break, go get some food. It will be, as you can see, 24 minutes from the timer here. Till the next match here. So I will throw the music on. I'll throw some good music on so you guys don't have to just listen to the soundtrack of Rainbow Six for 25 minutes. So I will throw that music on, and I will still be here, but I will be kind of tuning it down a little bit so I can save some of my voice there. I do want to say thanks everyone for tuning in that has tuned in so far, and those of you that appreciate there being an English cast, as I said earlier, Ubisoft want to hear your feedback on that. Ubisoft was kind enough to ask me to do this and let me do this so that you guys could have this. So they are sending me the feed and letting me do this. It's not on the official Rainbow Six channel, but it is still totally available. So please, if you have feedback for them, either send them an email or just give me feedback here, and I will actually forward it to them. I've actually talked to them, and they will Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, bop, bop, ba-da-da, ba-da-da, bop, bop, bop. I gotta admit, every time I was doing the Pro League for NAU, that song always hyped me up. Although I do miss Jason Bourne. All right, host is back, talking about how exciting this is going to be. Talking about the next match. This is going to be Pain versus Semix Aura. This is the losers bracket for Group A. So these teams are not the top teams at the moment, but we're going to see who's the top of the bottom here. Which team is going to bring it? A lot of people know the Pain Gaming team because of Noted, who is a well-known player. Assuming he's playing today, hopefully. But we don't know for sure, as I don't speak Portuguese either, and I don't know. So that is yet there. He's pointing out the two teams, talking about how they're going to be playing next and how exciting it's going to be. Apparently, Semix Aura in Portuguese is "don't cry." I'm going to trust you on that translation because I don't know if that's accurate or not. But cool. Hopefully they don't cry, if no matter how they do. So, he has 10 out of 10 hand gestures for sure. He's got the hand gestures down, talking about how cool this is going to be, how exciting this is going to be. And I agree. It's going to be cool and exciting, both together at the same time. Thanks, everyone, for sticking around through that break, those of you who are still tuning in, and those of you who have just tuned in. So there is just a recap for everyone who's just tuning in or who fast-forwarded the VOD or whatever down the road. It is Reggie Watts. I was thinking the same thing as I watch Comedy Bang Bang a lot. But this is Brazilian Pro League, aka Latin America Pro League, Playday number 3. We just witnessed a match between the top two teams, V3 and Santos Dexterity, in which V3 narrowly won it at the end, both teams winning a map, and then V3 winning 6-4 on the final map, which was Border. So I am getting the feed here from Latin America, Brazil. They are sending me a feed that the only audio I get is from the game. The reason being that way I don't have to talk over these guys here who are speaking Portuguese. I don't speak Portuguese, so I don't know what they're saying. Try and make it up for you as I go, but I don't know what they actually said. Oh, the fist bumps. I need a guy here to fist. I'm going to have to fist bump myself. And I'm going to virtually fist bump all of you guys there in the chat. Give you guys a little boom there for tuning in still. Really appreciate it. And so we are going to be, they're just getting the next two teams set up. So we watched the previous teams. Now, keep in mind, because I'm getting a feed, I don't control any of this. I don't know what's coming up necessarily other than if they give me a heads up. And they are just sending that over. So I don't control the spectator or anything. I just comment on what I see so that we can provide an English feed for you guys because normally it is only in Portuguese and they don't have a setup in the Polish studio to do this yet. So I am here to try and help out because it would be asked me nicely to just hook you guys up with the English version so that you guys have something to watch. Besides the Portuguese version, you guys can always go watch the Portuguese version as well. I mean, why not? You can if you want to. You can always watch the multi-Twitch as well and check it out if you know Portuguese or you just want to hear how excited they sound as well. So that's always available. But I appreciate everyone coming here who wants to see it in English. And there is no delay from my stream to you guys. There is a delay coming to me. Should be about a 4-minute delay. So that means that there is still no chance for stream sniping. Not that it would matter. So there actually might even be any delay now that I think about it because they are on a LAN environment. They're all there physically together, holding hands in unison, singing songs and praising each other as they play together in the same room. So I don't think they even need a delay. So they just come from feed straight to me. I send it to you guys, which is why I'm able to kind of interact a little bit better, which is cool, with you guys in the chat and all that. So I hope you guys enjoy that and appreciate that. Normally there has to be a 4-minute delay, and that's always a little bit weird in terms of that. But that's what's going on so far. These guys are talking while they set up the other team. Still not sure why it's taking too long. We had a nice, that was a nice crack there. We had at least a 25-minute break in which they probably should be getting set up, but I don't know what's going on over there, so hopefully this is close to when they will actually be set up soon to get that cracking. But this is going to be that those two teams against each other. So now I'm giving strategy advice on what I think these two teams are going to do. I'm talking about what I know about this team. I know about that they like to do this, they like to do that, but then the other team knows that they like to do this. Well, I think this is going to be good. I mean, I like both of these teams. I think they're good. I expect that it's going to be a close match. I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, could go either way. So I don't know. I like to see how they're going to play this. I mean, I personally like team, but don't forget that this team can do this and can do that. So could go either way. Hopefully we will get started soon here. No, Pain Gaming has not played yet. They are about to play. It is going to be Pain versus Semex Aura. For anyone just tuning in, it is the losers bracket match for Group A. And I'm glad this is more fun than homework. It's definitely more fun for me than homework. I'll tell you that. So I hope you guys are enjoying it as well. Make sure to spread the word so people tune in, even if they just check out the VOD later, because not for me necessarily, I mean, I am doing this on my Twitch, but it's not for promoting myself. It is for promoting Brazilian Pro League, promoting these teams, promoting the different regions. That's why I did that marathon, like 7-8 hour stream of the Asian Community Cup on Friday, which you can check out on my VODs, and I had Remorse doing some casting on it as well. Just trying to spread the love around, trying to show like what other regions could do, what other casters could do, what everyone else could do. You know, I mean, I'm not paid or anything for it, but I just want to do it because I think this is really cool for everyone to get to see. So I appreciate everyone tuning in and supporting that as well. Yes, I'm not applying the hand gestures of voiceovers. I still have my hand over here, just making good points. You can see my hand putting it down there. No, this VOD of the English is not going to be on the Rainbow Six YouTube. I believe the VOD of the Portuguese one will be on Ubisoft Esports. So I think it's youtube.com/Ubisoft Esports, if I believe. So, and yes, Remork did do some casting. It was his first time, so cut up some slack, but give him some feedback. He did some casting on the Community Cup with me remotely on the Asian Community Cup. So check that out at my VODs and show him some love. Let him know what you think, because it was his first time. And I think it was really cool. I think it went really well, and it was fun to get to do it myself. Usually I'm solo casting these, so it's good to do it with someone else as well. Looks like he's pointing like we're gonna go to the game. Oh no, we're gonna go to a. Yeah. Oh no, he's killing himself. Poor Zion. It looks like, I don't know if these are death threats or suicide threats here. Abru, oh, he's not going to cry. It means don't cry, right? So one black's not going to cry. Blind, telling him nope, and going for the throat slit. He's double dipping. Prince, yep, he's also pointing and throat slitting. There's a lot of that throat slitting going on from Semex Aura. They're definitely into that gesture. So hopefully we'll see the other team here in just a moment and see. Maybe we'll see Noted, maybe we won't. Everyone in the love for Noted. See his pretty little face. I love Noted as well. It's great. Very supportive, retweeting things and whatnot, being a cool guy. Oh, it sounds like they're getting the game ready. Those are always exciting noises for me, at least, because it means they're getting ready to do it. So they'll get going here. Yeah, this is totally UFC. It's not cringeworthy at all. Oh, look at that. Is that Noted? Hello, I am Noted and my arms are crossed. There you go. There's everyone's favorite, that baby face. Pino or Pino revolts, kissing his logo, I guess. He delayed that arm cross for a while, trying to outdo Noted. Nope, don't go prone? These hand gestures are a little confusing at times, I gotta admit. But some great poses there from the teams. Yeah, those of you guys who think this is cringe, you got to imagine it from their point of view as well. Like, just having to stand there in the camera, being like, "Okay, do a pose now." It's awkward for them as well. So it's fun for everyone though to get to see those guys, get to see the gestures they make and the poses, the cool poses they do, especially in those team shots as well. So I think it's cool for everyone though. It's fun, good time. This is a game. We're all having a good time. Enjoy watching them, especially Noted with this long delayed arm cross. So I think he's pointing out that they might be getting into the lobby there. Come on. Oh, no. Looks like they're getting a little touchy-feely. He's got to get those the lint off of him, or maybe some dandruff or dog hair. Poor guy. You got to clean that blazer. At least they button theirs up, right? These guys. Well, they're still getting us set up for it. It sounds like I hear people still getting kind of into the matches here from the sounds of the menu. Hopefully we'll get going in here soon. I think we might find out the maps here in a second. I'm just waiting to hear back from the Brazilians. Yeah, oh, here we go. Cool. So it is going to be Oregon, which was Samoxora's pick, Cafe, which is Payne's pick, and Bank. So Oregon we did see earlier, but Cafe and Bank we have not seen yet today. So that should be interesting. Looking forward to seeing how those are played by these guys. So, I mean, I'm not a big fan of Cafe. Bank, is a little iffy. It is another 5 men on site downstairs kind of thing. A lot of times, like Clubhouse is, but there's a little more room for roam than on Clubhouse. So I actually do like to see it sometimes. So we will just see. I do hope it makes it all the way to bank. I mean, that is the last one, so of the 3. So it is hard to say. Like, it depends. Both these teams are fairly closely matched. I mean, it's hard to say which one it's going to be. I mean, I believe they lost to the people we just saw. So I think Semexora must have lost to Santos Dexterity, and Payne lost to V3. Unfortunately for Payne, it was a pretty strong win by V3, but we saw V3 just come out on top, so definitely well done by them. Thanks, PB, for the good job. And no, we have not seen any Coastline. No one wants to play Coastline except for North America, and they still haven't even done it yet. North America is generally the only region that really gets crazy with map picks and willing to play DLC maps all the time. But so we'll see. We should see this Oregon first. What we saw, for those of you who weren't tuning in earlier, we saw Oregon as the middle map for the Santos Dexterity versus V3. Santos Dexterity played super strong on Clubhouse, winning 5-1, and then basically getting 5-1 by V3 on Oregon, which was a big turnaround. But the reason we saw that was roam play. We saw a super strong roam play, especially in that one where Smoke got left alone, and then killed 3 almost immediately to win basically the round for his team. So we'll see if these two teams make the same kind of mistake in terms of roam. So we're probably going to see a lot of roam play here to start out with in terms of that being a big thing. It is one of those maps, and that's what I like about it. It is a map that has a different structure than a lot of other maps in the way that there's sort of the T shape in the middle of the floor because of the meeting hall and the watchtower going across from garage all the way over to the dining room and side and small tower. It's got a bit different shape than the other maps, and I think that leads to some interesting roam play because you've also got ways to cut across that T shape. For example, by meeting hall being able to cut across the kitchen and the ladders going up to attic and things like that. I think it could be interesting. So here's that Oregon right there. You're seeing Dorm's main hall. That's where people are going to want to play in addition to the laundry. Dorm's main hall used to be so earlier seasons, laundry was the preference. Then dorms became a preference for a while. Now that Glazamontaine's in play, dorms is not the preference so much anymore. And also Mira in play means downstairs is a laundry now. So now that I know the metas in the different regions, which do I prefer, I have to say I know this sounds like favoritism because I'm NA, but NA will generally play like different maps than a lot of other places, and so I will give it to them for that. However, EU has some great strats. I like some of the stuff that they do. They have some great play, but Brazil also, I like the way they move and the aggressive play. So I guess I can't say I prefer anyone so much as I like some of the different aspects of how they play. Asia, I haven't seen a ton of their top play just yet. I mean, we did the Community Cup. That was a lot more community teams, not necessarily the top level play. Australia, I've seen some interesting strats from as well, but they also seem like they're both Australia and Asia suffer from ping problems trying to play with other regions, and so in doing so, they haven't evolved their meta as far yet. So I think NAEU and Latin America definitely have the more advanced ones for sure. So I think those are the most interesting to me. But I think they all have their individual upsides. So it sounds like they're getting in and getting ready here. I'm not sure what's taking so long. Again, it has definitely been like a good chunk of time. It's been almost like an hour since they finished the last match. So they should be really ready to get in there. No one, and just to be clear, PB, no one is actually converting this to English. I don't actually know Portuguese. I'm just casting what I see here and talking about what I can. Try and help provide an English stream for it. This feels like when Kicks, he has to go at a 3-hour attention filter. Yeah, I've been in that situation of having to fill a lot of time. I mean, you say fill as in like it's a bad thing, but it is definitely like we don't want you guys to have to sit there and just watch nothing, or just watch a break screen. So we're trying to like provide some kind of a content in the meantime for you guys to enjoy. And that's the situation we're in as well. Unfortunately, since I don't know what's going on their side, I don't know how long it'll be before things start. So try and do the best I can in that respect. But this is a feed from Brazil rather than something I'm in control of. So hopefully you guys at least enjoying that there is English for this. Yes, we all are just waiting for Noted to cross his arms so we can start this match. So hopefully, sounds like they're still getting going here, getting some people in. The joining and leaving sounds of joy. As people funnel their way in. Looks like we've got someone here from Sebexora talking about how they're going to play. They feel bad about how we lost previously. I think we know what we did. We've made some changes. We've been scrimming a lot. We practiced for this. I think we've studied what Payne's doing, and I think we're gonna do better this time. I think we figured it out. But I'm not sure. I mean, we're gonna have to deal with Noted, and he is well known, and that makes a difference. He's got that celebrity factor here. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. We're just going to have to do the best we can. I think even if we don't win this, we're going to keep playing. If we go to Challenger League, we'll be in Challenger League. So, yeah. I mean, they're doing a lot of cutting here. He must have had trouble finishing a good series of thoughts. Poor guy. Thanks, everyone, for nice things about doing the English commentary. Appreciate it. Make sure to let Ubisoft know as well that you guys appreciate it. I keep saying that because they don't necessarily get a lot of feedback from the community, so they always appreciate hearing what everyone has to say about what they do. Having seen when they were in Montreal, they were so excited to just be there with the crowd and get a feel for what everyone liked and didn't like and how much they liked it. So that sort of stuff means a lot to them to hear back from you guys. I hear them still getting in. Come on, guys. Getting ready. What's up, Mr. John? I'm just waiting. They must be having some trouble with one of the computers here. Thanks, Uncle Moist. Hopefully these guys get going any second. But again, they must be having a problem with one of the computers, one of the players' settings getting in, or there wouldn't be this long of a delay. Unfortunately, hopefully it's not a problem with the computer, and setting up a new computer will take forever. But you hear them joining and leaving? They may be remaking the lobby from the sounds of the menu there. Always weird to try and mind read what the lobby is doing. If anyone has any questions, jump in the chat. Say them right now while it's a good opportunity to talk about something other than the match going on. We luckily didn't have a 3.5 hour first match with 20 Hibana bugs in a row like last weekend. So overall, this has been pretty good so far. So we'll see how this match is going to go, assuming we don't get those. I mean, luckily they figured out what they could do to kind of help prevent some of those glitches, and also sometimes bringing thermite. So unfortunately, I don't have the bracket up. I could try and show the bracket that I do have. So. But it looks like they got an interview here with Luis Hygino. Why did CTM lose? If that's your question, I'll answer it. I actually spent a lot of time talking to Jarvis in Montreal. Jarvis being the leader of Ominous. And he was very confident that what he had showed previously playing on Era was far from what he could do. They had a lot of strategies. They worked very hard. I've talked to him quite a bit. He's worked very, very hard to make sure that that team is ready for CTM, and they did an amazing job against them, and it was just sheer preparation. And the way that Canadian plays is they won't have a lot of strategies. They'll have just some base strategies, and then they will adapt on the fly. What Ominous did was far more than just adapt. They were ready to play against how Continuum plays in general and just counter them as a team, and it made a huge difference. So I think that definitely was great, and I hope that CTM now will take that into account and say like, okay, well, we weren't as prepared as we thought we were, and having Slash on the team newly might have cost us in terms of being prepared. I do think CTM will come back heavy, so I think that will not be the case again. I don't think we'll see something like that again, but it was a really, really great showing for Ominous, and I think they are going to be great if they make it. I mean, they should make it to the finals, and they will be amazing in the finals. So from what I'm hearing, there was that interview, and they have a couple minutes till the game will start, hopefully. So hopefully they will get in. And yes, just to be clear, I really don't think Continuum through. I think they did play pretty good, but Ominous played amazing. Like, you saw that 5K from Jarvis on the first map, the ace against Continuum, was sheer skill. You saw that flick around from him through that hole in the wall as Pulse. That was not Continuum playing bad. That was just skill. So hopefully we'll get going in here soon. Yeah, those 4 and 5Ks were ridiculous. Everyone did such a good job. I'll be honest with you guys, if I was on a pro team, I would definitely be an intel guy. I would not be carrying anyone. I just don't have the mechanical skill to be like really good at this game, and that's been a big problem. You know, I realize this is not catching the full screen here, so hopefully I can adjust this here to be more closer to that. No, it doesn't look like it. I'm getting this clean feed from YouTube here, so that's why you're seeing that. It's not a pre-recorded thing, it's just a live stream there from that. So hopefully get this going here. Yeah, I don't think it actually might not have been an ace. It might have been a 4K. Like, I think there was some confusion about that, but either way, it was amazing. So looks like, yeah, it's gonna cut off the top or bottom, fortunately, of this. Yeah, I mean, it was close victories, but no, it wasn't. I don't think it was 5. I don't know if any of them were 5-4. I don't think. I thought none of them went to actual overtime. So it looks like we got another interview with one of the members of Pain Gaming here. So yeah, a lot of people don't know the Brazil's teams so well. I don't know them super well. So basically, the way the Brazil teams are so far. I took a look at all their previous cups and things like that to get an idea how someone played. We did see Santos Dexterity at the Invitationals, so we knew they were a strong team. In looking at the way everyone played, looking how they played against each other, looking how they played against other teams in the actual matches as well leading up to it, and just getting an overall idea how the teams rank. But this is, of course, you know, my speculation. To me, it seemed like the top 4 teams were Santos Dexterity, V3, which we just saw play each other, in V3 came out a little bit ahead. BRK and Black Dragons, which we saw play last week, Black Dragons came out a little bit ahead, so I would rank them as number 3 now. So that's my top 4. Now the bottom 4, which I still think are strong teams, Keed Stars, I think after we saw last time, played really well. I'm definitely going to put them at the top of the bottom 4. Pain here, I think, are a strong team. Still in the bottom 4, but still really good. And then Nox, who did get beat by Keed Stars, I believe it was, pretty well, I think are a good team, but still in the bottom 4. And Semexor, I think, are definitely in the bottom 4 as well. But I think they can grow, and I think they can get better. So I do think they may win. I mean, I'm still going to favor Pain in this, I'll be honest. I mean, it's not favoritism because I don't really know these guys that well, and it's not me favoring Noted. I just think Pain's a little bit better than Semexora. But it's, you know, it's up in the air either way. Like, I do think it could go either way in terms of either team winning this, because maps are a big factor, how people play are a big factor, and stuff like that. So I don't know. It could go either way, but we do know the maps at least. We know that it's you know, Oregon, Cafe, and Bank. And we haven't seen those just yet, but we know Oregon will be down to which team is better at roaming, which I'm not 100% sure on, which team is going to be the better roaming. But that's going to make a big difference on how that plays out. Same with Oregon. I mean, Oregon, Bank, Cafe is harder to say because Cafe is a little bit strange. I mean, who has the best aim in pro players? I honestly know that a bit better for NA than I would for Brazil. As far as what we saw from V3, for example, we saw a lot of great play from Kamikaze, from PZD. And one more whose name I'm forgetting off the top of my head. Adam has the best aim for his teammates. And I do think on the NVK used to be one of the top aims. He's been kind of, I don't know, he's been having a lot of trouble, it seems like, lately. He would have been one of my picks for best aim because he's got some nutty snaps. Let's see. Kanto, one of the new guy on Sisu, very good aim. He's a very, very good fragger. He's a great one. So I would say he's up there for sure. Canadian, I wouldn't say is a top aimer, but he's definitely had some good moments. Let's see. Who else we've got here? I think Necrox is really good. I think he's underrated as well. Because he had a really good aim since the first season, back when they were a Team Mythic. So, and yeah, just to be clear for anyone tuning in, the match has not started yet. It seems like they're having some problems here with the lobby. Getting there. Oh yeah, basically Bolo, of course, the best aim in the game. Right? Moss? Yeah. If that's actually Moss from Vision, I think he's actually really good aim. Moss got some great aim. Young, what's up, Young? I'm sorry, I'm not gonna rate you up there, Young. You got a decent aim, but you're not top level, man. But you're a great player. I think your shield play especially was amazing. But I think you've come up in terms of being better than just shield. Although it feels bad for when you just stood there and Jarvis shot you from above with that pulse, aiming straight down on your head. That must have been a cringe replay to watch for you. But you definitely got to move around next time. See. Oh, I didn't see your question about the predictions on operators. Sorry, I didn't see that. I was moving kind of faster. As far as picks on operators, so for Oregon, defensive-wise, we're going to see mostly the standards like down for the basement, we're going to probably see Mira. Maybe or maybe not for upstairs. More than likely, we'll see Mira on both sites for the dorms as well because Mira is useful for guarding A from B, getting a nice line of sight around where the mattress is, and downstairs for seeing where that stairs push comes from on the A side into laundry. So I definitely think that's the case. You got to see Jaeger, of course, because you need to stop a lot of grenade plays from outsides and from stairs and things like that, from the hatches. So definitely Jaeger. Definitely smoke, at least on the bottom floor, if not the top floor as well. So that's pretty standard composition. Maybe a bandit, maybe a mute for upstairs is definitely a possibility. To see. Sometimes happens. Maybe some castles if they want to throw those in. As far as attackers on Oregon, definitely going to see Glaz, at least on one of the sites, at least on top floor. A lot of people push Blackbeard onto windows for attacking the top, so we may see some Blackbeard as well. May or may not see a Montaigne, depending on how confident they're feeling a Montaigne in Brazil as far as pushing it on Oregon. We didn't see a ton of it earlier. We may see it on Cafe, which is, I always think odd. I don't think he's great on Cafe, but let's see. As far as other attackers, we will probably see a Sledge. We will definitely see Ash, of course, a lot. And then we may also see some Valkyries from the defenders as well. That's always a good pick, although sometimes they've had to make some tough decisions on it. And then as far as other attackers, we've seen oddly some IQ sometimes. Because it's a smaller map that could be seen a lot from the outside as well. So, Ken's from Infamy, what's up, my buddy? It is going to be Semex Aura versus Pain. So, Young needs a little hug. Yeah, I know. Moving around wouldn't have helped necessarily, but I don't know. I feel bad for you just standing there waiting for him to get that shot on you. So for those who aren't clear, Young Lunchbox is Young of Continuum. Young, how are you feeling about that loss against Ominous, though, in general? Like, do you feel like you guys are just going to come back from that pretty easily? Like, you guys know what you did, what you didn't do, stuff like that? I don't know. I didn't really hear how you guys are feeling. I didn't see Canadian or anything talking about it afterwards. But I'm curious. You don't talk a lot necessarily in voice, so maybe in text you could give us your thoughts on that kind of big upset from that match while we wait for this here. Appreciate you tuning in, by the way. Appreciate all the guys. So those who don't know, there's a lot of actually NA players in here, which is cool. We might even have some Australians still in here and New Zealand players. Maybe some Asians. never know, there's a good variety of people that get to tune in. But yeah, I'm sorry, this has been like probably like an hour and 15-minute delay here. It is technically scheduled to start, I think at this. No, I think it was started to start an hour ago. So we are definitely running a bit late. So I think it's usually 2.5 hours scheduled per match. So this is definitely a lot later than we would like. So hopefully they get there. Here. What's up, Krizu? Yeah, I don't know why the delay. I know there was an issue with the lobby, so maybe an issue just getting a player to join. So, Krizu, there's actually already a game called Breach and Clear. It's actually a fun game, but it's only single player, sadly. So if you guys have any other questions, happy to answer stuff like the operator's question was a good one. I mean, obviously, we're just waiting at this point, and I still don't know what they're talking about, so we'll talk about whatever we want to talk about. So make sure to throw any questions you have in the chat. We'll just talk about them, you know, have some fun here, have a good time, since we are just waiting to figure out what's going on. Thank you, Krizu. I think Eclipse is a great player, actually. I should have put him up there with the aim. I think he's a great player. Like, he definitely, you know, is going to be depending on teamwork sometimes to really show that. But I also think Slash is great. I don't think we saw really what Slash is capable of on CTM, and I'm not sure if that was a chemistry thing or just a lack of prep time since switching teams or what. But I was really a little disappointed in Slash, not because I think he's, just because I think he can play much better than he did. So, how many teams in Challenge League got promoted to PL? So, this is what I think. I think it is in terms of how it works. It is so it is mirroring the Pro League. So there will be kind of a top 4 and a bottom 4 for both. I imagine the bottom 4 from Challenger League will get dropped out. The top 2 I think will automatically go to Pro League, and then I think the 3rd and 4th place will have to fight the like maybe the 5th and 6th place in Pro League to try and get in, and then the 7th and 8th place from Pro League will drop down to Challenger League, and then the top 4 will stay. So I think that's how it will go. So it'll be just like, you know, 1st and 2nd go into Pro League, 3rd and 4th have to fight 5th and 6th to get into Pro League, and 7th and 8th for Pro League drop down to Challenger, to recap that. I think that's how it goes, but don't quote me on that because I'm not even sure that they're 100% sure exactly how it works just yet. So there's always a chance they could change their mind having an open qualifier. And you're seeing the Pain guys, or not Pain, yeah, Pain guys on the screen right there, hanging out. See what they're doing. I don't think there is an open qualifier, but like I said, they could change their mind on that. Do I know what penalty points do in Pro League? So penalty points actually take a percentage of your prize. So they actually punish you at a monetary level by taking away some of your prize money should you win anything. And if you accumulate enough, you get disqualified. So they actually act as penalties in that sense as well. So you can only accumulate so many before you're just out. And I believe they actually reduced the number that takes. It used to take a lot more. Looks like, yeah, they're still, at least they're all at their desk, but they're still having trouble getting in. They had an issue with, I guess, one of the players, but I think they've got it sorted out. So I think we are going to be getting going soon here. Mr. Champ, what are you saying? This is English only, please. Unfortunately, I don't speak any other languages to translate, to moderate, to make sure that you're saying things that are appropriate for everyone else. So please only speak English in here. If you don't, sadly, I will have to time you out, just because, again, I don't know what you're saying. So if you don't speak English, either use Google Translate or just enjoy watching, just so we can make sure we have a nice, non-toxic, fun chat in here for everyone to hang out. So I hope that's reasonable for everyone. So everyone's getting in the lobby now. We're going to get this match started ASAP. So, the question about Young teabagging, I watched the match and the chat blew up thinking he was teabagging. Teabagging only is teabagging if you're doing it on a player's body. Like, bouncing up and down is something a lot of players do as sort of a twitch, sort of thing that they do, or sometimes it's to dodge shots, things like that. That was not teabagging, guys. Let's be clear. It is not teabagging unless it's on a body, because you can't just teabag the ground. That's not what teabagging is. That's not how it works. You don't drink tea by putting a tea bag on your desk. You put it in a cup of coffee. It's two totally different things. So let's get over that whole thing. Young was not teabagging. I'm sure Young can answer that as well. He was not, so let's not start any drama about that. Young. So yeah, that was not teabagging. Now, if he does it over a body on purpose, that's a different story. That is definitely punishable, and that is something that will get punished with penalty points, things like that. So, coming in clutch. I think they're already in lobby here, so they're just finishing up, getting set up. Sorry for this delay. I wish I could control that, but I'm sure it's all my fault somehow anyways. Thanks, everyone, for sticking around. I know these delays are super fun. As long as we don't get those constant mirror rehosts today, though, it still should be a lot shorter than it was last time. Did he really? I hope Young was not being seriously teabagging in a way. If so, shame. Yeah, I call the shots now. We are still just waiting on them. Looks like we're talking to some people to make sure that they are getting squared away. And we will hopefully have a match here. I don't want to say soon anymore because obviously that word's losing its meaning here. But yeah, if you do serious teabagging, you will, and it is caught, you will get penalized for it. And you will lose part of your prize money. Bad sportsmanship, not to be rewarded. So definitely don't do it. Yeah, I hope Sergio's DDoSing noted on LAN. I would love to cast if they do an actual Sergio versus noted grudge match. I think that'd be fun to cast. So hopefully, if that happens, someone can contact me, and I will definitely spectate it and cast that for fun. Yeah, I'm surprised at the number of people from the Siege scene playing PUBG, but it is popular at the moment. I feel like it's a little bit of a fad, but he's just like teabagging the ground because it looks funny in the kill cam, Young. It does look funny. Just don't get yourself punished for it, because that would be sad. Lose money over that. I mean, let's be honest. You guys are going to be in the top teams probably on LAN and you know, get prize money. So don't throw that away. I still hear them joining in the background here. They are playing on LAN because Brazil is small enough where they can all do it. It's not like tiny, but it's definitely smaller than Europe and North America. So what is my dream match? I would love to see this season Sisu versus CTM. Now that Kento's in there, I think Sisu has some serious like fragging power. You saw Shada and Wilkie also doing like some great plays in terms of kills and stuff like that. I'm not sure. I mean, Penta's stronger this season, but I'm going to favor Zissou over Penta. I would like to see how Ominous plays against some of the European teams as well. I would like to see an Ominous versus Zissou. I do hope we see that on in LAN if it gets to that point as well. I think that would be interesting to see. I mean, we obviously saw CTM versus Ominous already. I want to see Zissou versus Penta as well. I think that will be good. And that might be coming up. I'm not sure. I don't remember the schedule completely. Slash, what's up, buddy? I'm just talking about you earlier and how sad I was you're not top fragging all the time every day. Young's teabagging already built into the budget. I'm glad you guys are fiscally responsible and prepared for those things. I don't think there's any bad blood on the whole King Judge or King George and Slash Hug swap. I think it's interesting though, seeing those two teams. I mean, you got to keep in mind that like those teams were originally from each other. Like Continuum was built on people coming from Era, so the swaps back and forth still make sense. They're the top two teams, or were until Ominous came in, and now it's anyone's guess who the top two is out of those three. So we'll see. I'm sorry again for this delay. They are sorting it out. Apparently they solved the issue that they had, so I'm not sure why the match hasn't started just yet. Anyone who speaks Portuguese and can watch the original stream, maybe you'll find out, but I don't know just yet. So as far as what teams make it to LAN, my understanding, and don't quote me on this again because I don't have official word on it, I'm not like some official arbiter of this, I can't speak for ESL, but my understanding is it will be probably 3 teams from North America, 3 teams from Europe, and 2 teams from Brazil. So what I see happening is Ominous, CTM, and Era from North America. And from Europe, Zizou, I'm sorry, hiccup there. Zizou, Penta, and I'm trying to think who could even. I mean, it's hard because Playing Ducks kind of split into Vitality, and Playing Ducks, they're not as strong as they used to be. I'm not sure who I would favor for the third team from Europe. I mean, if you guys have a preference, make sure to say in the chat. I'd be interested to see who you guys think would be the third one. Because, I mean, Playing Ducks were someone I would say up until kind of they split into Vitality, and I don't think either team is as strong as they were. And then, lastly, from Brazil, I'm still totally favoring Santos Dexterity in V3, which we saw just earlier. And no, I was not translating what the guy in the interview was saying. I was making it up. I really don't know what they're saying. They're speaking Portuguese. And the capture is not completely centered on OBS because it's I'm getting a feed. It's a little tricky, Eclipse. But at least I'm not playing this in 4:3, right, buddy? My goodness, I can't even watch a stream anymore. So yeah, I'm really not sure the best way to fix this, I'll be honest with you. It's like a little cut off weird. So unfortunately, there's not like a good way to semi-full screen it. So it is a little cut off. Rude. So that is Eclipse in there as well. So now we've got a good chunk of the NA pros here. We've got Eclipse, we've got Young, we've got Slash. Now we just need to get someone from Ominous in here. Represent all the teams from North America. We got to get some of the EU people in here. We did have Vapo in earlier. Maybe Shada could come in as well, or some of those guys. Would be nice. I like that I advertised this match starting like, what was it, 57 minutes ago? Feels bad, man. Yeah, I'm totally restreaming YouTube. Well, this is actually not. If I restream the Twitch, then you guys will get it with Portuguese over top of it, and I don't think that's really what you want. So, I did read the thoughts on Delicate's Twit. I think it's complicated. Honestly, I don't really have a lot of comments on it. I think there's miscommunications. There's things that happen. It's unfortunate. I mean, any competitive environment. You look at football, and both American football and European football. Like, they still have their huge share of issues. Like, no matter how big you get, no matter how organized you are, how much money you throw at it, you're going to have issues and things are going to crop up. So it's unfortunate. I do hope the Onslaught guys stick around and come back and keep playing regardless of what happened, whose fault it was or not. I think there's some great players on there, so I do hope they continue to do that. I'm not sure what Zed's going to end up doing, but yeah, so I mean that's my thoughts on that. It's unfortunate is all. And as far as the Era thing, I think there was some miscommunication there as well. And I'm glad they're still getting to play, and they were playing, I think, based on their understanding of things. And that I'm glad that's all cleared up now is what matters. So let's see here. Why don't you throw some more questions in the chat? I'm actually going to take 2 seconds to go on another bio break since this is taking its sweet time, and I haven't drank a lot of water to keep my throat hydrated to keep talking for y'all. So I will be right back in about a minute and a half here. So just throw your questions in the chat, and we'll talk about whatever you want to talk about here, since I'm generally an analyst normally anyways. Is that true that Slashhawk vapes? What I know is Slash is very addicted to G Fuel, so hopefully he's got that under control this season. I'm assuming that maybe the reason they lost against Ominous was his lack of G Fuel. So maybe that was it. Apparently they're still having problems, is what I'm hearing. From what you guys just said, apparently it's the Semex Aura guys, but hopefully they're sorting that out now. Just hearing from the Brazilian production team that they're still being delays because of that. Yeah, the Semex Aura guys just having issues. Thanks for the translation. So. I hope that wasn't serious about the comment about the Era player, and it was probably a joking threat. He vapes with nicotine. That's unfortunate. I really do hope that he doesn't, because nicotine's bad for you. Do I think Elevate could beat CTM next week? To be perfectly honest, no. I mean, a team that can come back from being 4 down for 6 rounds in a row, I'm not gonna write them off. And CTM's great. I think Slash is gonna find his groove on CTM, and I think it's gonna be amazing. Thankfully, those sounds do sound like that we are in the game now. All right, a little bit of cheering for it. We are here finally in the match here between Semex Aura and Pain Gaming. We have the attackers from Semex Aura. They're going to be attacking down to the laundry, where they're being defending first. So, we'll see how they're going to play this. They are bringing basically the lineup I talked about earlier, although the Bandit was kind of more an optional one. Attackers bringing Twitch, which we've seen more from Brazilian teams than we expect. Yeah, I forget what the game looked like as well. So we see Noted down there with his nice glasses on. I imagine those are some of those cool gaming glasses, looking slick. Blind, ironically, the one without glasses. That goes to show. So, Mirror up there doing a lot of reinforcements late. Not sure what they're doing all the way up there, but hopefully we'll be putting down some reinforcements here. Or not reinforcements, mirrors here. I imagine on to the left there, facing that stairwell, and then to the right as well, facing that stairwell. That is really what it comes down to. Mirror wants to watch the stairwell. Get ready to do something about it. So, generally what it comes down to. The attackers here spawning at the construction spawn. They are bringing that glass, so we will see that. Blackbeard as well. So they're going to be strong for pushing down into the stairwell, but they could actually go for a construction push here if they want to. Now, they could also push from the watchtower down into construction. They may just be wanting to take control of the watchtower first, though, to clear out roamers. So, it is up to see here. Like, generally, teams play kind of similar ways. It looks like Pain is over here, though. Spawns in the watchtower with Valkyrie, though. Could get pushed out playing the MPX. Not a shotgun, so you definitely got to go for the headshots with that. It doesn't do a ton of damage. We got Blackbeard over here trying to open up some of the window. There is Pain players playing upstairs, so this is what they need to do. They need to try and clear out as much as they can. The window is open. So jump his drone in there, check that meeting hall out. He does catch one up here. That is Valkyrie catching the Twitch player down. Already spawns with a nice early kill, starting things out. Saying Semex Aura is going to go down by getting that first kill with a jump out. We'll see. Glaz, though, taking down PSK. That long name. I'm not sure how you're supposed to pronounce that. Let's call him PSK. And then he gets taken down. Nice job by Pino there with the smoke grenade. I mean, he had the SMG-11 as well, but the smoke was enough to do it. More smoke coming down. This is an interesting strat in terms of trying to push them out from a construction push. Is just playing above it in the meeting hall right here. But it's risky. You know, if they come push your meeting hall, you're going to be out. Surprised how fast they take you downstairs here. And the reload in the middle of a firefight. Not going to do well for Habana there. And that is, see, blind down. This is a little hard to read the text for me, I'll be honest. And the plant's already down. The attacker's pushing it aggressively. This is one of the more interesting aggressive plays I've seen, but they just got decimated. That was very sloppy play from Semex Aura. I mean, they were very aggressive. It didn't work, but that's, you know, it's the first round. If you're going to play aggressive and try it out, that's what you want to do. You want to do the first round, and you want to feel out the other team, and I think that's a good thing. I think that was still fine with Semex Aura trying to do it, but ultimately it didn't work. Pain coming out, starting at an advantage here on the first one. So we will see where I imagine they're going to be attacking laundry as well. We'll see in a second. Unfortunately, Zion and Abru, the only ones getting any kills that time.
Atacantes precisam encontrar e desativar o número máximo de bombas.
Yes, they did. They didn't take very much map control at all before they pushed in. So. So they are, of course, defending laundry first, which, as I said, is the current meta. Used to be dorms for a little bit before all the changes with bringing in Mira, buffing Montaigne and Glaz, etc. But dorms is still the favorite secondary choice, as it has been at least since Season 1. We did see earlier, though, for those of you who missed it, we did see Luke's dexterity start off by defending kitchen dining room, which was a nice idea, but ultimately didn't work out, so they didn't try it again. And I appreciate them trying it first round, feel it out, and throw it away. And they can look at the VOD later and figure out, you know, how many, or how well they can adjust it and try it again. Let's bet on how many kills we think we'll notice we'll get. Let's go with 4 or 5. I don't know. Yes, let's keep this English only, please. So we got Blackbeard here trying to watch the back of his teammates, potentially checking for anyone in that garage. He wants to make sure that no one's going to be sneaking around shooting him in the back, especially on these repels. Payne already taken. There is noted one on the board for him. Take it down blind. Who was, we saw both their faces at the same time earlier. Unfortunately, we don't have them now. Unfortunately, yes, I'm going to have to time you out, buddy. Can't be having no non-English in here, especially that much. So apparently he only got 6 last Playday. Well, that's fine. You know, not everyone needs the top frag all the time. Even people like NBK, like I was saying earlier, don't get a ton of kills sometimes. And he's a very good fragger. So. They do look like they want to take this lobby. See if we can find anyone from this angle. They do see the rotate hole, though. That indicates to them that someone could be playing in the kitchen, and that they have that rotate hole there for a reason. See this twitch again from Payne as well. Definitely seems to be more in the meta in Brazil. Possibly to pop the mirror windows could be the reason for that, or that they just like to have the ability to shock people. Other than that, I can't imagine there's a ton of utility in having a twitch shock drone, especially one that can't jump. So, but they are using it to help clear as well. It's going to drop down now. Would have been funny if it shot the other drone. There's that shield, and they know about that now, so they're going to have to deal with that if anyone's going to play behind it. No one playing behind it just yet. There is a pulse, though, and he does see him for a second there, I think. So hopefully that pulse doesn't end up getting him, but he can C4 through the hatches, but he's not going to get a lot of C4 on the floors, as a lot of the floors are very destructible. And yes, we could pick Twitch or the FAMAS, which is very strong, but picking people just for the gun is not necessarily a good idea at all. The fight there between Payne and the SX guy, what is his name here? Read Prince. That was a nice fight there. Pino, pretty nice kill as well. Back there, and there is a down from the Vector on 2, but it doesn't matter as it gets traded by Revolts for Payne to win round number 2. Now they're 2 rounds in. So it is 2-0 on the first map. Looking good for the Payne guys. They gotta be feeling bad after the loss to V3, but after we saw how V3 played earlier, I'm, I guess, not surprised. V3 very, very strong. So, and you know, it could go either way. Seeing their selecting attachments. That's nice to see that they're actually adjusting their attachments for the play. Good camera work there, so we could actually see that. So we're still again not seeing a lot of kills. Abru being the main fragger for his team at the moment. Just the lack of kills definitely not working out for Semexora. We are going to go up to the dorms now that Payne won the downstairs. Of course, they're going to go upstairs, which is something, of course, not a surprise. This is going to be the secondary site. So we'll see if they open up a rotate hole. Looks like they're going to reinforce both sides of the attic, not wanting to have to deal with that. Now, of course, the attackers are not bringing a thermite. They are bringing a Habana, though, so they could still get through there, but yeah, those death threats that Semexora were making during their shots not really happening so far.
Faltam
It's
5
like Payne
segundos.
just getting antsy. Look at these guys. Just, I need to get my camera out there.
Os atacantes
These
devem
guys
localizar e
definitely,
desativar uma bomba.
Brazilians play very, very twitchy in terms of like, very antsy play, but it keeps them fluid, so it's not necessarily a bad thing. Spawns rotating back here. We do have an echo on the defense side, which is interesting.
Câmera ativada.
We'll see what they do in terms of actually using that echo drone, the yokai drone, try and deny some stuff. The defenders did, or the attackers, I mean, did bring up Thatcher, so they could use this to get through this tower here. He is in the tower now, so perhaps if there is any batteries on the wall, but there's not going to be batteries on this side because they basically reinforced only one side of it. So I'm not sure if they're going to get in there. They could even use Ash to do it, because the problem is if they use Hibana to do it, Hibana can only make one and a half walk through holes. So one's going to be walk through, the other's going to have to be shoot through. So they did use Ash, it looks like, to do it. Now, she's not going to be one to bring breaching charges, especially with Glaz. You're going to be bringing smoke grenades to help him out, potentially, or even to just help yourself get in there. He's a little worried about that window there, people trying to watch that. Interesting angle there from Noted over in the garage trying to watch for someone, but someone from Payne drops to get killed by Zion, who is, again, the only other one who gets kills on that team. He does get droned out, though. Noted gonna have to rotate around. Wins that firefight against Ash.
Uma bomba
There's
foi
the Ash down
localizada.
upstairs in the attic, and that clears the attic for them, I believe. A lot of smoke's coming out here, trying to deny the black beams on the B window, something we see a lot from teams. He's there just to try and weed out whoever he can out of the B side. Even if he doesn't push in there, he needs to try and, like, at least on the side. But he doesn't see the guy right behind him. Gets taken down there by Smoke, who pulls out another smoke. He's going to throw out the last one there to try and deny on the A window, burning up some time, but it's still 1:20 left. Plenty of time to actually do something here. Abru trying to find someone here. He's the only one getting any frags, but it doesn't matter now. He's down. They're going to have to pick him back up. He's got to be calling for Hibana to get him back up, but they got to do it safe, and someone could jump out. Now, of course, yes. Oh, there we go. And Noted as well as, well, that was Noted getting double kills there, and Pino finishing it off. Noted and Pino, MVPs of that round, I think getting all the kills themselves, just slaughtering the attackers, who didn't seem to be able to find any ground to move in on. Payne already 3-0 on the first map, starting very strong. If Semexora can't get their act together, this is going to be over quick with a 5-0, and then we're going to be moving on to map number 2, which is going to be Cafe. We'll see how they play on that. So apparently the guy has the glitch where he loses all his attachments and keybinds and stuff. That's unfortunate. I know there were some issues with one of the players' computers, and that could be what was going on. That was messing them up, so. Again, Abru and Zion, the only ones getting kills. Kills aren't the only thing, but they're definitely indicative of how they are losing right now. As the rest of the team just not carrying their weight. They really need to get some kills here. Apparently he got in trouble for celebrating, I think. That's unfortunate. Not sure how that went down. They're in a LAN environment, they can't all see each other. Maybe he's a little aggressive. It's getting too loud, I gotta use my inside voice. Not sure if you're talking to me or not. So looks like they are going to play up in the attic potentially a little bit. They are trying to figure out how they want to do this. They got one camera in the meeting hall at least, but they're not going to hold up there. Let's see if we get all 5 down site or not. Looks like Pino's still worried about that garage side. We saw him do that before. Noted going to be pushing aggressively at the tower. Trying to make his way up there. See if he can catch anyone off guard. No more kills coming out just yet. A lot of shots coming down though. He is waiting there. I like the Bandit Jaeger combo, but they're going to have to watch each other's backs, or this isn't going to do any good, because Ash is going to pull right in here. Noted, ready for it. Takes the shots down. Doesn't kill the Jaeger. There we go. Finally finishes off the Jaeger. The shot's back and forth with Bandit's there to try and trade it. But if he doesn't successfully here, oh, Noted though does get traded, and that is oh, he gets traded by Pino. Good follow up there. That is worth it though. Trading Ash for both Bandit and Jaeger is a worthwhile trade, but that is both the roamers down, and that doesn't really burn up a ton of the time. They still got nearly 2 minutes left. So overall, Payne's still at a strong advantage here. They've got the rest of the people pulling back to site. They've got smoke here to delay a push down on stairs, which has now been droned. The hatch is getting opened by the Hibana player. Actually, they put the team names at the beginning here, so I can't tell who's who. unfortunate. And then they've got the Mira down here along with Valkyrie, who's actually using her own cameras, it looks like, trying to figure out where the attackers are coming from. But I think it's pretty obvious where they're coming from. They're coming from above, and they're going to be pushing down hard here in a minute. It looks like he's waiting to do that hatch. Hey, get off that hatch so I can do it. He's still got one bomb charge left to open that up. He's going to start throwing flashbangs down the stairs, try and clear anyone out that might be pulling out and might back off from it. Sledge going to open up some wall, give himself a better angle here. They still have a minute left to play with. They don't have to push in aggressively just yet. They're really just setting up this point. I like how you use the bottom charges for that wall. Take out that Mira window instead of pushing the hatch. But Payne loses a Pino to Mira, that Vector. Might have been on the back stairs there. They want to do a pinch. You see Spawns ready for this pinch on Twitch, and that pinch works, taking down Valkyrie. It is now a 3v2. Almost works on Mira. There we go. Mira is down now, but he gets taken down before he can finish the job by Prince, who takes down Revolt as well. It is now a 1v2, essentially, although one of those players is down. And we see a nice finish there. Spawns getting his kill and the other kill dropping. Or actually, I think it was PSK getting his kill. And Spawns wounded down but not out player dying from the automatic bleed out. Payne just having all the advantages most of the round, almost losing it there in the end with those shots from Prince. Managing to make that work. And that is now a 4-0. Payne looking very strong to take this home. If they take it home, all they got to do is play well on Cafe. And then they could go back up, I think, to place a little bit better than loser's bracket. Semaphore looking very concentrated, though. They're not wanting to be out of this. They've got to make quite a comeback. It is a 4-0. This means in this situation they have to win 4 rounds in a row. If they lose a single round of the next 4, then they're out on this map, and then Payne takes it to the next map. So we'll see if they can manage to do that. Payne going to be on defense now. They're going to be playing downstairs technically, but you see him setting up defenses upstairs, which is interesting. Amira, he actually set that window in. It looked like he was going to. Maybe he pulled back on doing so. It's hard to tell from that view. But interesting setup that they want to play upstairs. So hopefully they will be able to figure out how to play the roam. That's something we talked about last time in the Santos Dexterity versus V3, was how much that upstairs roam, even when them attacking downstairs, made such a difference. Like them just playing that top floor and holding it, delaying as much as possible, or being ready to get flanks on them when they're trying to push downstairs. You can either delay them or kill them. And no, this is the first map of 3. Next map, Cafe, and then third map possibly will be Bank if it does get played. Valkyrie trying to play the meeting hall. Hopefully they take control of all 3 floors. Not sure if there's anyone upstairs or not, as I'm not controlling the spectator camera. I'm just getting this feed from Brazil, so not quite sure unless we see some silhouettes up. I think I did see one silhouette upstairs. So we could have someone there. It looks like Ash is a little concerned about this kitchen. Hopefully someone droning for him to push it. Or one blacks. There's a lot of wall being opened up here by Mira, who is playing downstairs, trying to set this up for some quick strafe attacks. Ash a little concerned here still. And there is the Mira up here being used by Smoke. This looks like a defense normally you'd set up to defend the top floor. Nice that he's opening up some of that floor here to get himself some maintenance down, but the drone's going to catch him there potentially. He definitely was out of the window by now. It looks like Noted getting pushed back quite a bit, and that Bandit taking a lot of damage. He's very low on health at this point. They didn't bring a buck or anything to be able to attack from below, but the Ash did use some, I think, breach charges from below to open up some of the floor. Got Pino here waiting as Noted does take down one, low health or not, but he gets traded back because of that low health by one blacks. I think he dropped down the hatch down into the kitchen, and yep, it looks like he did. Managed getting the one kill, still worth it though in terms of taking down that Twitch. It would have been better to take down the Ash potentially, but that's still at least a decent kill. And this is going to delay them. That's the most important part. Is they're down to 1:20 now, and they haven't made a ton of progress, gotten control of it yet. They haven't taken control of the top floor either. And we saw how bad that dexterity in the butt when they didn't control the top floor, because those flanks are very, very prevalent on this map because of the shape of it, map flow. So we definitely got to be cautious of that. We see one up in the tower there. Looked like the Valkyrie taking some shots, not quite landing them though, but that's definitely going to throw them off and going to make it harder for them to take control of that side. Now they know the meeting hall is something to watch out for. Pino's still holding up here. He got droned out, but he's going to throw smoke just to cover his side there if he needs to, but he doesn't actually trigger it yet. He's just going to now he's going to blow it, just in case they're pushing. I don't think anyone's pushing that side yet. Might be kind of a waste, but it looks like they are actually pushing up the stairs. Blacks, in the meantime, takes down Revolts. They are fighting down the hatch, but Spawns takes down Abru, who's been their only real fragger. It is now 3v3. Ash on very low health, but they gotta find a couple. And the trade happens there with Zion taking down Pino. That's a nice kill for them. That is bringing it down all just to Mira and to Valkyrie. So a 3v2, but they flash themselves. In the meantime, Blacks takes down Spawns, making it now a 3v1. This Mira's going to have a lot of work to do. The easy kill there. Not sure what Blackbeard was thinking. C4 goes out, does take him down. This clutch is happening for PSK. He's only got to fight an Ash who's very low in health. Comes around the corner in a nice vector slaughter. PSK with a serious clutch against 3 there. The C4, the flick, the other flick around from behind. That's how you clutch it. PSK definitely coming through for team, winning map number 1, 5-0. This is not looking good for Semexora going into map number 2 on Cafe. They're really going to have to step it up. A 5-0 is a brutal start for them. They're going to have to pick up their game big time. Again, they've almost had it, but PSK had his setup so perfect. He was using that Mira to its advantage. All the rest of his roamers did a good job delaying them, making sure that when they finally got in, they were going to be tight on time. They were going to have to push him hard, and it just burned them. That was nicely played, playing their roams and doing their jobs, setting it up for that clutch. I mean, they pushed a little aggressively at the end, and that might have almost cost them because they did lose down to the last player, but that last player being PSK, holding his sight perfectly, saving that C4, catching that guy on the washing machine. Well done. Just well played by Payne. I mean, there was definitely some sketchy moments where I didn't think they were going to make it, but a 5-0 proves that they've got what it takes to take this forward. I mean, like I said before, their first matchup was against what is now, I think, the strongest team based off their victory against Santos Dexterity in the Pro League. So that's not too surprising. You don't feel too bad about losing to who is potentially the best, or tied with the best at least. So now we're going to be going to Cafe Dostoevsky. So we'll see how that goes. Say in the chat what you guys think about that match as well. I'd be curious to see you guys' thoughts from the spectator point of view. Some of you think it might be a little bit boring to watch a 5-0, but I do think at least those wins were a lot of times very close. It was not a one-side stomp by 5 players. Anyone keep track of how many Noted got? I think he got at least 2 or 3. So we may see him get all the way up to 6 as I predicted this time. Or no, I think I said 3 or 4. Whoops. Here's those highlights. There's that kill from the end there, that C4 after getting Blackbeard on the flick. And I like how he's waiting, almost baiting out. He hears the footsteps because Ash is sprinting, trying to take advantage of that 3-speed to get an angle around. And that costs him because he makes a lot of noise doing so. Not to mention, when you're sprinting, you have that brief moment as soon as you finish sprinting when you try an ADS that you're not able to. And if someone's there holding an angle and ready for it, they're going to catch you first. And you see that exactly what happened. Yeah, I'm sorry the top is cut off a little bit. I'm just really not sure a better way to do it. The way I'm getting the feed on the YouTubes here kind of makes that hard. So we are going to go to a 3-minute break. In the meantime, I will see if maybe I can fix that feed there. Not sure here. As far as anyone casting Go 4 games, I have casted some. Some people, I think, cast the EU one sometimes. I mostly just do NA. But unfortunately, I don't have the time today to cast any of those after this. I have a lot of things I have to do. Sadly, as I'm not paid for any of this, I definitely have a limited amount of time to be able to cast stuff. So, but I will throw on or leave the music on here. Well, I'll throw on my own music for you guys to enjoy while we try and figure out the screen here the next 2 minutes. Catch you guys back in a minute here. I'm just gonna give my throat a break. Da-da-da, 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 da-da-da. The most exciting music in the world. And we are back to talk about how well that went for Pain. Instead of feeling the pain this time, they brought the pain, so. I just realized I was muted that whole time. Shout out to Lunar Metal. What's up? For those of you not familiar with him, he is part of Envy, which is definitely the best Asian team out there. In my opinion, make sure to watch the VODs I did of the Community Cup, where I followed them for most of the time on Friday night with Remorse as well. So we are back in the game here. Ooh, that's a lot of the next one. So we're here on Cafe. Now, Cafe was actually Payne's pick. Semex Aura picked Oregon and got picked apart on it. So this is looking like it could really go in Payne's favor if they pick the right map. They are bringing the mirror up, and that is usually used with this bathroom here. Set up from the freezer. And then you have to rotate a hole in the bathroom, which it looks like they've done. So this is a pretty typical setup for that. They're definitely going to be trying to guard what's called the Christmas room or piano, depending on how you refer to it. I think piano is a more typical call-out because it's a call-out that's shared by a lot of maps. As opposed to Christmas. What you find with call-outs in this game is there's a lot of overlap between different maps. Like there's like similar call-outs for similar spots across a lot of them. So, Payne doing some droning. They are bringing a Capita, which is something we haven't seen yet today. In addition to the Glaz, we may or may not see a Montaigne. As far as why I don't like Cafe, I think it's very one-sided in terms of like everything being around this Christmas piano room. And being a little boring because of that. The rooms being a little dry because they tend to just be focused on those yellow and red stairs. There's not as many stairwells in this, and I think that actually hurts it. I think 3 stairwell maps, which are a lot of them, are better. This is more like Hereford in that it's like a little bit just focused on those 2, and it becomes, I don't know, a little drier to play. And that's just my opinion on it. I don't think it's just that exciting of a map. And the skylight and the fact that the top floor is only really half a floor, yet it's the most important floor. Personal opinion. You see noted here, trying to decide whether or not to break in that door. Might just be trying to bait them out. Yes, teams are playing this map more because Canal is out of rotation in turn for Coastline. Not necessarily in Go 4s or anything, just in the Challenger League. We see noted holding an angle down. There's a lot of kind of jockeying for map control right now. Unfortunately, my mic's a little low compared to game sound. Try and keep that a little bit better, maybe. Hopefully that's better. Unfortunately, I'm trying to get it so it doesn't catch my breathing. But Zion, speaking of breathing, Payne, Noted, and Pino are no longer breathing. Just him and Blacks. PSK, though, trading it off on a 1. Using the skylight to the advantage here. This is Capito's job here because he's got the ability to launch those smoke and fire arrows through there. You gotta be careful though, it is easy to hit the edges and then all of a sudden set yourself on fire. They did lose the diffuser and they are down to 2 players left though. It's all on PSK and then whoever is on Glaz, which I didn't quite see. It is Revo who does take down Prince. It is now a 2v2. They're not looking too bad, although looks like Revo's pretty low on health at this point. So that is Revo taking down another one, making it 2v1, but it is now a 2v0 as PSK there for the finish. Pain looked like they're having a little bit of struggle there, but they moved through the pain and managed to win that. Again, this is their map. Doing quite well. Noted with his little lucky charm on his neck there. So that is already the first round going to... No, it looks like they're having trouble choosing a spot. But they are going to go up to the bar after all. But Pain going to be going for defense. Now they are going to be bringing a mute, so they're going to be using that to deny some drones and maybe some help with the mirror windows to make sure that they don't get blown instead of using a bandit. Although they do have a bandit, so I guess they could do both or either or, depending on how they want to set that up. You see Pino there talking some strats with his teammate, making some adjustments. Spawn's looking a little confused, looks a little like Harry Potter. And they are definitely trying to figure out how they want to set this up so they don't lose this. Yes, yeah, this is a English only. Please, just because I don't know any of the languages, I don't know how to moderate a language I don't know, and so if you don't speak English, please just sit and watch and enjoy the show, or use Google Translate at least so we can have some idea what you're saying. Otherwise, you're talking to a very, very small audience of people that speak your language. So, looks like they're setting up an interesting deployable shield there. Potentially could use that some advantage, but if they're watching it from the skylight, that might not do a lot. Just because of the angle. And there's Noted already getting a kill on a Prince there. Where was that peek from? They already take a look for it. He was that bandit. Could have been taking a peek out of the Christmas piano room there. See if Blacks can find an angle on anyone. Noted holding a different angle down there in the bar area. Drone coming out here from blind, trying to find anyone.
Atacante recuperou o desativador de bomba.
See Zion hoping to get anyone who jumps out here, but just holding an angle as he works his way up to the roof. I do hope we see Bank, but I don't know if it's likely at this point. Yes, if you don't speak English, this is being broadcasted in Portuguese primarily, so that is your language of choice. You may want to watch it there, but if you want to watch it here and listen to it in English as well, I appreciate it. Looks like they're going to rotate down through the hatch onto the red stairs. You already got Ashen here trying to get a peek onto Revolt across the bar. Who's that Jaeger? Look at that pixel peek. He is looking for any kind of hint there. It's too bad he's not Glaz, or he would have seen yellow if there was any peek and not have to try and understand what the pixels are doing. See, Noted still alive down here, trying to contest, and also looks like PSK holding those stairs. Looks like Pino holding their typical rotation angle there, the double mirror windows. This is definitely the common setup now. Noted getting another kill. That's 2 for him this round. The Hibana also downed but not killed just yet. That is a nice pick for him from that bandit playing it on a strong roam. He used 2 of his batteries as well, but finally gets taken down by Zion. And that Blackbeard takes a little bit of damage, but ultimately worth it. There's that beef jammer. 2 of them in there. Definitely want to try to deny those drones. He's got his buddy up on the roof, still wounded. He's going to have to drop down, so he's going to bleed up. Pino, though, takes one down, and now the revive's going to happen. It is now a 4v2, though, and it's still 1.5 till that guy gets up. So now Hibana is back up. Is it about 50% health, though, unfortunately. And that is Blackbeard taking one down. That is Zion down, or taking down. Can't read the name. Fast spawns, but then it's Revo taking down one. And then the last finish there I didn't get to see because I cut to this camera. But Pain winning round number 2. Oh, they are happy. The celebration, the mild celebration, so they don't get in trouble anymore. Nicely done. Pain going from a 5-0 to already a 2-0 on this map. I'm feeling bad for Cemex Aura. I mean, I know they were kind of down low in my bottom 4 in terms of ranking, but I'm starting to see that. They are looking very weak here so far. They need to figure out what they're doing wrong and make a comeback here. Maybe they need to just play a little smarter in terms of how they coordinate, because it seems like they're getting picked off one at a time.
Atacantes precisam encontrar e desativar o número máximo de bombas.
Now we are going to see Cemex Aura upstairs again. No one going down to the train room just yet, but now that Payne have won that defense upstairs, he's going to have to go downstairs. So we'll probably see train room next. Payne bringing the Capito again. So I'm using that from the skylight previously. This could be a 10-0. Not entirely sure. I do expect this Cemex Aura to at least pull off one round. I mean, I would hope so. It's definitely not easy for them, though. They're really struggling these matches. But again, these matches are coming down close. They're coming down to at least 1v2, a 2v1, 2v2, things like that, where it's not definitely a 5v1 situation. So got Pino approaching. Could be a little cavalier for it, but they may have a drone on to make sure there's not going to be a peek. Getting ready here. Pino getting caught out by Blacks. I'm not sure that they brought a pulse last time, but this could pay off potentially if they can do something about it. Call out for a jump out, but it's a little risky here. A lot of this floor open too. If they know he's down here, he could get shot pretty easily. Luckily for him, that is not the case yet. He's being a bit aggressive though, pushing up these stairs. Could get shot from the skylight if that's open. Gonna have to be cautious. Running Capital setting up. Which one are they going to jump out of? I think they're going to jump out of this one. Claymores, I really like them being introduced to the game because they add a little bit of a counterplay to jump outs and make this a little bit less aggressive in the game. I think it was a good choice, good addition to the game. They're trying to take this Christmas now. You've got this Twitch drone that could go around and pop that mirror window if it can make it over. The mirror's not going to let that happen if they can help it. But it looks like it's already been popped, purposeful or not. It is down, so he's a little worried about those shots coming out, but looks like Blind got one onto Noted. There goes Noted. Rip him for the round. He was the Ash player. Taken down by that Jaeger, who took a bit of damage himself, close to 50% health, probably about 60. Trying to find an angle here. He knows he's pinned down. He doesn't have a lot of help on the side here. He's really all alone in this, which I think is a mistake. They're going to run him out sooner or later. Nicely done there. Good counter peek there by Spawns. Taking down that mirror. Now that that mirror's down, the site's going to fall pretty fast here because, like I said, they're the only one really guarding the site. Smoke's going out, and then Pino taking down Abro. These names. So that is now a 4v3. Jaeger also a little bit low on health, as is Twitch. This could go pretty strongly attack, but there's only 22 seconds left. They're going to have to start making a push here. Capital here with the diffuser is going to have to try and push into one of the rooms. They do have control of this freezer now. And Pino takes down Prince and finishes Blind as well. It is now all up to Pulse, who hopefully is not blind with the heartbeat sensor, but he walks right up into the bullets from Glaz, and that is now a 4-0. It is match point. This looks eerily familiar to last map, and this is on Payne's map. I'm thinking I might be done just on time here today. Now looking like I'm going to see a map number 3. This guy trying to decide on an operator again. So far, just not looking good for Cemex Aura. But it's good for Payne, who did want to make a comeback here, not just be written off as a team that lost last time because of V3. But they're still going to have to work on what happened against V3. So now they are going to have to go down to the train, otherwise known as the mining room, dining room, whatever you want to call it, but essentially it's the train room. So they have to play down here now. Oh no, I thought it was a 4-0, but I guess it was just a 3-0. Going on 3 rounds in a row now. Maths is so hard. So they're going to set that up with a mirror window on that wall so they can strafe around and get picks, especially with anyone trying to come in through that window. That's definitely what you want to do. You don't want people hopping in and out of there. It's being a problem. A lot of shots coming down there, opening stuff up. Looks like Pino even opened up part of that window.
Restam 10 segundos.
We are going to see, looks like a bathroom defense as well with that mirror window.
Os atacantes devem localizar e desativar uma
Potentially.
bomba.
No, getting some barbed wire. This is a great play from him on
Atacante
Bandit.
recuperou o desativador.
He has used 2 of his batteries. He's going to use the 3rd one there. Try to make it harder for them to... It makes it easy to stop like a Hibana charge, which is definitely worth it on those mirror windows because you don't want them cracking those open prematurely on you. Blind, a little concerned about peaks there. They're doing some droning now, trying to stop this. They just need to stay in this game. Managing to take control of a little bit of the bottom floor, but they're still a little behind in taking control of the map. Noted wanting to try and counter that with this pixel peek down the stairs. This drone could catch him potentially. He does see a drone, but doesn't take it out in time. But it hasn't caught him just yet. We'll see. Pino, a nice camera out there, thrown by the Valkyrie. We'll see a whole lot. That's going to help. Good view of the outside. I was yelling. All that yelling in Portuguese. Habana going to do some droning upstairs here. Could catch Noted if he's still up there. But decides to go back down. I think we heard the shotgun, but Zion gets 1 here. That is a nice start there for SX actually getting a kill. That was onto Noted, who didn't last. Unfortunately, he probably over-peaked that against, what was that, the Blackbeard? Now they are attacking the dining room from behind. Not wanting to push on the train. One Blacks takes down Pino. This is actually starting to look like it could go in their favor here. But you see Valkyrie drop there, go outside and get killed as well by Prince. So that is 3 members down already, down to just Jaeger and Smoke. And Jaeger's outside sight, trying to watch the hallway. This is very much looking like SX are going to win. We're seeing a 5v2 against the site, and they've opened up a ton of it. They still have 55 seconds left. It is going to be a heck of a clutch if they still win this. Plant could be going down here soon. And they stick the plant dining room. Now there's a lot more pressure on the defenders to do something, which is going to force them out. Now sometimes in these situations they get... Oh. Did they defuse it? Oh, they planted it on the hatch! Of all things to do, like, Payne's like, what were they thinking? What were they thinking? Like, why would you plant it on the hatch? Like, easy win. Just shotgun the hatch from below. That is the first time I've seen that happen in a pro league. Feels bad for Semexora. They had that in the bag, and then they planted on a wooden hatch and get shotgunned out. Like, that is one they're going to watch the VOD of this here, or in Portuguese or in English, and just cringe facepalm. You've got to feel bad. That is one... I gotta be honest, I don't like to burn on a team, but that was a rookie mistake. Made out of panic. They had 5 people. They had the time advantage, they had the man advantage, they had everything in their favor, and they goofed. So, hopefully they aren't gonna do that. Yeah, that could be one for Pojo's Digest. So, definitely a rookie mistake. And we'll see now. Semex are defending top floor again, trying to see if they can win it at least once. It is now that match point that I thought it was earlier. Yes, definitely F respects for Semex Aura planting on the hatch. It's one of those things that it's not like they need to fix just because no one really ever does it. So. But well played by Payne, catching that, taking advantage of it. Oh, I hope that isn't going to be a pause there. No, they're going to have to do a remake. Might have had a problem with the hatch or some other thing. So we are going to have to remake the game here. They are going to have to pull back out at 4-0. So we may only see one more round after the remake, though. Not sure what they're talking about. Probably talking about why they had to remake. I'm guessing it was probably a Habana charge, as that's usually the cause of most of these remakes at the moment. So, I mean, if I was Semex Aura, I would be very thankful for this remake, because this is going to give them a moment to pause and go like, oh man, what were we thinking? Try and get off tilt. Try and just let go of what happened, planting on that hatch. Try and get their act together and get at least one round on the board here before getting 10-1 or 10-0'd It's just feels bad for Semexora. But hey, not everyone could be the top team. Payne definitely playing well here. Don't think we're likely to see Bank at this point, unfortunately. But there's still a chance. It's not 5-0 yet. Thanks for the clip of that. I will grab that, actually. Thank you, Eclipse. Make sure to send that over to Pojo Man, actually. That's a good clip there. Poor rip pepperonis, indeed. It is going to be a heck of a clutch. There we go. Nicely done. And on the hatch there. You can see them planting on the hatch in that too as well. So, feels bad for Semexora, but they're going to get some chance to think about what they've done, recollect themselves, rethink their strategies that clearly aren't working, and try and move this forward in their favor. Cross already set to Pojo's Digest. For those of you who don't know, Pojo Man is a player on Flipside, a team that has been basically around since Season 1. And I think he might have been around on that team since Season 1. I can't recall. He might have been on a different team, transferred over there. But either way, he puts together a very great series of funny clips and things like that from the game at the pro level that I definitely recommend watching. He makes tons of them on YouTube. Just look for Pojo Man's Pro Digest. I recommend it. It could be a little silly, but it is a fun way to see a lot of the goofs in Pro League and things like that, or from Pro League players in their matches. Always a good laugh. Thanks to Pojo Man for making those. Pojo's nuts, indeed. Hear them getting back into the lobby now for that remake. Oh, supposedly they're remaking for the diffuser thing? I really hope that's not the case, because that is a valid strategy as far as I know, but it is up to the admins to make that call. So if it's the case that they're redoing it because of that, and it's 3-0. Thanks for the translation there. So that's unfortunate. I hope they don't just think that's a bug. So I'm make sure to let them know as well that in case they're not familiar with that, letting the production team on the Brazilian side know that that is definitely not a bug. So hopefully, I mean, Pro League is new to Brazil. This is their first Pro League, their first season. So it's possible, that they're not too familiar with that. If you're in their chat as well, let them know that that's not a bug. Unless it's something that Ubisoft has decided is unintended and just haven't taken out. I mean, I don't know if they actually kept it on purpose. I have never actually asked anyone at Ubisoft if that is the case. So I passed the message on, and they do know. So they're still deciding, I think. So, sounds like they've made a decision on it, so hopefully we'll find out what that decision is as they get back into the match here. Hopefully soon. It sounds like they're rejoining. We'll find out whether or not they're going to move forward with that or not. But they do know that that was not a bug, essentially. That was a legit thing that happened, so we'll see if they can make their decision based off that. So hopefully they'll get the match started again soon. But that was definitely one for the books here for them to start with. See if we can get going back in. Maybe 4-0 for Payne. It looks like it is. So unfortunately you can't see that. Top of the screen is cut off. Sadly, I apologize for that. It's just hard to explain the way I have it set up here, but essentially it's cut off. It is 4-0, so that was considered, that was ruled valid. They are going to be moving forward at 4-0. It was a mistake. I imagine that they just didn't know it. So where that they just made that mistake, whether it was intentional or not. I mean, known or not by them. They know now. Semakor are definitely not going to hopefully make that mistake again. Definitely not going to. Good wording on my part. And it is now going to be Semakor defending on the top floor again. We'll see. They've got to feel a little tilted now. I mean, if you look at Prince concentrating that aggression there. Abru looking tired, I guess. So they can move forward and try and win this round, despite that setback. Yeah, I imagine they feel a little more tilted with that not actually working out in their favor. But I'm glad that they actually stopped and sorted that out, like Cross said. I think it's good to establish that, make sure they actually understand the result of what happened, why that happened, make sure everyone's on the same page moving forward so they don't make that mistake again. And thanks for clipping that. Clips. You put the clips in Eclipse, right? Anyways, which here spawns trying to catch anyone down in the freezer if they can. No way to reinforce that hatch, unfortunately. That's right open easily. Not bringing a sledge, something that's usually brought by most teams. They said they got the Twitch, but the Twitch brought breach charges, so that was plenty good enough. But that is part of the reason why you usually bring a sledge, not to mention for windows potentially. So just to be clear for anyone that just missed it, they're not redoing the round. It was a legit strategy. It was totally a legal play, and so the protest did not go through, and they are now playing out what could be the final round. It is 4-0 in Payne's favor. This could be a 10-0. Semakor need to come back strong here. You got the Pulse playing down here, trying to wait for any kind of moves. I think we discussed this before. Ooh, and the shots come out on Apino. There was a nice shot in the C4 to how did they not finish him? What just happened there? I am not sure, but Noted coming out, get a kill. Oh, man. They are going to get their teammate back up, I guess. Somehow survived that. One take it down though, Zion. Looks like the Pulse is dead. So that is 2 down. There we go, another one from Prince though. We've seen some great play from him on that SMG-11. The Twitch down. Not a critical player in this. They might have already got the window open. Okay, they have a lot of charges. And then shots come down onto Prince. He's taking a lot of damage. He's trying to find Noted here. He's very low on health, carrying the diffuser, trying to get it into the bar. The window is open. Shots coming through from the. Oh, and the kill goes down from PSK onto Blind. I think that was. Oh no, that was Abru choking out a bit on that smoke. The plant is coming down from Noted. Ringo getting another kill into Abru. It is now all on one guy, Prince, to try and clutch this or lose the map. Clutch or carry here, a 4v1. Prince in a bad situation, trying to come around from behind. We saw that happen last time, and it was an easy win there from Pino. Good game, well played by all players. Payne coming in strong with a 10-0. Cemex Aura going to be going home here. They are now out of the Pro League as far as I'm concerned. As far as I know, they are done with the double elimination, probably down at the bottom of the top 8 here. Or I mean the bottom of the 8 teams. May or may not be out. They may have to fight for their spot to stay in it if they get that chance, but they definitely feel bad on that. So nicely done. Well played by Payne. Bringing that Payne. And I'm not sure, about the C4 thing. That's up to them to make that decision. They were spectating it. They did see it. I don't need to send them a clip or anything. That's all on their call if that is something that they wanted to rehost for, something like that. Certainly not my decision. But F for Cemex Aura, paying respects. Everyone with a good game, well played. Hopefully Cemex Aura learned a lot from that. But yeah, still paying respects for that. Like, sorry guys, sorry you made that mistake, but yeah. I mean, again, it is not my decision on the C4 thing, but I do think it was not likely that Cemex Aura would have won that, just based off of the previous rounds regardless, so we'll see. I imagine they're just discussing what's going on here, and we'll at least wait till the highlights happen before I end the stream here, just because I want to see all those exciting plays. So obviously, a lot of this finish talk will be in Portuguese, which I do not speak. So. I'm not sure they could have come back. They might have, but honestly, they were not going to win that map if the right things were going. So, either way, that was their call. So, definitely feels bad for Cemex Aura. So, a little exhausted by that 10-0. Thanks everyone for tuning in, though. Hopefully we'll get some good highlights. And anyone piecing out, I understand. Censored voice, thanks for the shout-out. Thanks for enjoying the stream. Make sure to let Ubisoft know what you think of having the English stream there again. Just want to plug that just because I would love Ubisoft to know what you guys think so that this is something that could be decided in the future, as they obviously didn't have this ready and had me step in. So thanks everyone for that, all the compliments and enjoying it. Could always be better casting, but I will continue to try and improve and make it good here. It's a little hard solo, but it's fun for everyone involved. I hope you guys all enjoy just chilling here, having a good time on Sunday. And yes, I did cast the first match as well, so make sure to watch the VOD, which will show up after I stop streaming. So make sure to check that out, see what you can see as far as any matches you might have missed. Have a good time. Make sure to enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Assuming it's pretty much over here, unless they decide all of a sudden to do a remake or something weird. Anyone who speaks Portuguese might know what they're talking about at this point. And I will see, just to check if there's, wrong screen here. If there's anyone I can host as well. Find someone to send everyone over to watch here. Shout out to Skies, what's up? WAD is available now, actually? Wow, I didn't know they do that. That's cool. So let's see what we've got here. Find us a pro player here. Got Quantic. We'll send people over to Quantic. I don't think I need to send people over to Kix. I think Kix has more than enough people on his own. I'd rather spread the love around a little bit. I don't think Quantic has... Oh no, Quantic's playing Battlegrounds. Embarrassing. So, here's some of those highlights. Some nice plays here. That whip around there. Taking out the person in the laundry. The little cubby there. Nicely done. I think I will probably take Judge Phantom here. Host him. But we'll see. We're just going to watch some of the highlights first. Make sure everything's cool. Enjoy the rest of this plays. Spawn's a nice kill there. But getting traded by Prince. That double trade by Prince there almost helped win them around. Thank you, Torgo, for tuning in. You guys enjoy the rest of your day. Kens, thank you as well for tuning in. Guys, stick around for a minute now. I will host probably Judge Phantom as well, so you don't need to go anywhere. There will be more to watch, him playing as well. He's a great player. I think they're playing in the Go 4s, so actually that will be some of the NA Go 4s, and that will be really cool for you guys to watch as well. Let's check out some of these more of these great plays. Prince, he's the one always trying to clutch it there, just never quite making it. Feels bad for that guy, but I believe that is the end there. The rest is going to be in Portuguese. I'm not going to know what they're saying. If you guys want to check it out on their stream, go to I think it's youtube.com/Ubisoft Esports. You can check out the YouTube stream over there, I think, or check them out on Twitch. I think it's Ubi Esports as the Twitch channel. And make sure to check out the rest in Portuguese if you speak that language. Otherwise, I'm going to send you guys on over to Judge Phantom. Check out him playing in the Go 4. So you guys can enjoy that as well. So, anyways, honestly, I'm going to be stuck here for a little while. I may cast some Go 4 if I feel like it. But I need a little bit of break. So I may or may not. So, probably not. But anyways, if I do, just follow me on Twitter. I will tweet it out. It's at Emzo. But thanks everyone for tuning in. And enjoy your Sunday. Have some fun.